Chapter 106. No wonder the Ghost Head stronghold has been around Qinghe Town for so long, but it hasn't been eradicated yet. Apart from the fact that the stronghold is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it's also because the chief's strength is too strong. On the way back, Ziyue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The third bandit chief, Wu Yong, with his body of Vajra, already had the strength of the inner Qi realm. The second bandit chief had already become a third-rate master. Even if he was slightly weaker than his master, Lu Dong, he was still considered to be on the same level. Not to mention, there was also the head bandit chief, who was said to be the strongest and most mysterious. Ziyue estimated that even if the chief wasn't a second-rate master, he was definitely at the peak of the third-rate master. He was no worse than Elder Nye Yunhao on the street. Because the people of the Ghost Head stronghold had already escaped, the number of people gradually increased. Some shops that had been closed because of fear also reopened. Thinking of the puppy at home, Ziyue couldn't help but walk to a porridge shop. He took a bowl of porridge with a bamboo tube and took it away. When he returned to his residence, Ziyue quickly looked inside the wooden box. Ziyue was slightly surprised. The puppy was gone, but soon he found the puppy's trace. At that moment, the puppy was lying under a table with its head held high. It didn't move for a long time. Seeing the puppy's strange appearance, Ziyue couldn't help but laugh. Then, he quickly found that a drop of blood suddenly fell directly into the puppy's mouth. The moment the blood dripped into its mouth, it let out a howl that sounded like a cheer. Its whole body trembled, and its eyes couldn't help but narrow in happiness. Only then did Ziyue realize that the blood came from the snake demon's flesh that he had casually placed on the table. After it gathered, it slowly sprinkled down. This guy is really smart. Ziyue couldn't help but praise. The snake demon's flesh and blood were extraordinary. Naturally, the blood and flesh also contained wisps of spiritual qi. Even a martial artist like Ziyue could increase his strength and blood flow after eating it. Naturally, it would have an effect on Puppy as well. Moreover, it was only a drop of blood, so the spiritual energy it contained was limited. It was more suitable for it to absorb at this time. At least from its complexion, it looked much better than it did in the morning. Awu, hearing the sound of Ziyue entering the door, the puppy let out a low growl vigilantly. Then, as if it had recognized Ziyue's identity, it wagged its tail in a friendly manner. He doesn't seem like an ingrate, Ziyue muttered. This little dog's action of swearing to take revenge on the young man in embroidered clothes had left a deep impression on him. Thinking of the porridge that he had specially bought, Ziyue found a porcelain bowl and placed it in front of the puppy. When the puppy was wandering, it was hungry and full. In addition, it hadn't eaten for a whole day. Even if the snake demon's blood dripped down, it didn't help at all. It was already starving. Smelling the fragrance of the porridge in the bowl, it made a kind of excited and sad whimper in its mouth. Faint tears overflowed and dripped down. Ziyue's heart also moved a little, and he moved the porcelain bowl in front of it again. The puppy finally couldn't bear the hunger and quickly licked. Then, Ziyue set his eyes on the snake demon meat on the table. It was indeed a waste to just put it here, but he really couldn't get over the barrier in his heart to cook and eat it. Thinking about it, looking at the puppy on the ground, Ziyue gradually had an idea. Back in the room, Ziyue couldn't wait to take out a book from his arms. In addition to the book, there were several porcelain bottles. Vajra glass body. Looking at the 4 big words on the book, Ziyue's breathing became rapid. Finally, he managed to exchange for the martial art. As for the porcelain bottles, they were filled with the heart protection pills needed to cultivate the internal cultivation method. Adding the 3 bottles that he exchanged this time, and the 2 that he got from Zhangbo, he had more than 3 bottles, a total of 11 heart protection pills. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue suddenly regretted using the soul-calming incense in advance. Otherwise, it would have been just right to use it now. But he still forced himself to calm down and then slowly opened the internal cultivation method, Vajra glass body. Sure enough, the internal cultivation method is just as I guessed. It also relies on the strength in the body to train the internal organs in the body. But these parts are naturally soft. If the strength that flows in is slightly too strong, it will break the internal organs in the body. Especially at the beginning stage, when the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the weakest, the first to be cultivated was usually the heart of the human body. If the strength that flows in is too strong, it may even break the heart and kill oneself. Therefore, the internal cultivation method must first control the strength in the body to an extremely fine degree. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, it's best to swallow a heart protection pill during cultivation to protect your heart and internal organs. After a long time, Zue slowly put down the Vajra glass body manual, and a trace of understanding appeared on his face. Martial artists cultivated through external cultivation and internal cultivation. Among them, the external cultivation of the muscles, bones, and skin was followed by the strength entering the marrow and penetrating the marrow. This was the peak of external cultivation. But in internal cultivation, the internal organs were cultivated. Unlike the skin, blood, and flesh, one could use the strength to freely temper them. Training internal refinement required a delicate control over one's body. Only when the strength that flows in is fine to a certain extent, it can prevent the internal organs from being damaged. According to the Vajra glass body manual, when a martial artist can control the strength to the point where he can hold a piece of tofu in his hand and not damage the tofu, he can officially start internal cultivation. I, on the other hand, have already reached such a level. Ziyue's eyes revealed a trace of shrewdness. In fact, as early as a year ago, when his strength was raised to the peak of external cultivation, his control of the strength had already reached the level described by the Vajra glass body, where the strength rushed out without damaging the tofu's body. Now, as Ziyue had cultivated several external cultivation methods to the peak, and then integrated all the external cultivation methods, he had reached a level where the strength could be released from all parts of his body. His control of the strength had already reached an unimaginable peak. In fact, Bai Ziyue was even able to strike the tofu with a punch. The tofu itself did not shatter, but the wooden board underneath the tofu cracked violently. Lifting light as if it were heavy, lifting heavy as if it were light, nothing more. Therefore, for me, the first threshold of cultivating internal refinement techniques is no longer there. I can directly skip the strength training stage and start the official internal refinement training. Ziyue thought in his heart, but his hands moved quickly. He opened a porcelain bottle and poured out a silver-white pill. It was the mind-protecting pill. Ziyue swallowed the mind-protecting pill. Almost in an instant, he felt a special force rush into his body, and then into his internal organs, directly protecting his heart. Now's the time. Ziyue's eyes lit up. He quickly calmed his chi and concentrated, and a force quickly emerged. Then, under his control, the force in his body, weak as if it did not exist, rushed directly into his heart along a specific path. Thump! It sounded like a clap of thunder, but also like nothing had happened. It was just the special beating of his heart. When the force completely dissipated, Ziyue could not help but show a trace of surprise on his face. I can't feel any pain at all. Ziyue really felt strange. If it's like this, even if I don't use the mind-protecting pill, there won't be much impact. I can even increase the flow of force. It was naturally possible to increase the flow of force. However, he needed to carefully experiment step by step so that the force that rushed into his heart would not cause damage to his heart, and the efficiency of the increase would not be reduced because the force was too weak. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Ziyue. With his almost perfect control over his strength, he knew exactly how much strength he needed to control. After the first wave of energy dissipated, another wave of energy poured in. A steady stream of force rushed into his heart at an incomparable speed, constantly strengthening his heart. Gradually, he felt some slight changes in his heart. It seemed that when it beat, it gradually became stronger, and even the unique ability of the heart to produce blood increased. Hobo's blood flowed in his body like rolling magma, making a violent sound of waves. Even if it's not obvious, it's really strengthened. With Ziyue's terrifying control of his body, he naturally noticed the slight increase in his strength, and his heart immediately became excited. He had been at the peak of the outer forging for too long. Now that he finally felt the increase in his strength, even if it was still very weak, it made him very excited. Time passed slowly, and the sun outside was gradually setting in the west. After a long period of cultivation, his force was constantly consumed, and Ziyue also felt hungry. He quickly stopped and walked out of the room. Cultivation was about tension and relaxation. Now that he had truly obtained the internal cultivation method, he had officially begun his cultivation. He was not as impatient as he was at the beginning. For him, there was still plenty of time. He glanced at the puppy. The rice porridge in the porcelain bowl had been cleaned up by it. At this time, it was like when he first came in, with its head raised, waiting for the blood on the table to drip down. However, with the passage of time, the snake demon's blood became scarcer. It often took more than half an hour to gather a drop and drip down. However, it seemed to be born with great patience. It always maintained the same posture, waiting until the blood really dripped. Chapter 107. I have made some changes to the previous chapter. If you have any doubts, you can read it again. Ziyue has good culinary skills. In his previous life, his parents ran a small restaurant for more than 10 years. Influenced by what he heard and saw, plus he liked to ponder, his culinary skills gradually surpassed his father, who was the head chef of the restaurant. Later, whenever he returned home on vacation, he would become the head chef of the kitchen. Even a family business gradually prospered. Before, he had no choice. Now that he was out, when he had free time, he would naturally choose to show his culinary skills to satisfy his appetite. While going to the kitchen, Ziyue walked to the side of the table. He did not care about the frightened puppy, who hurriedly limped away vigilantly. He opened a cloth bag and cut a small piece of the snake demon meat. This snake demon meat was flexible and thick. It was the size of a palm, but it weighed more than 2 kilograms. This snake meat, he naturally did not have the intention to cook it for himself. He just wanted to use this puppy to do some experiments. He wanted to see if this ordinary puppy would have any special changes if it ate the meat of a demonic beast. After half an hour, a pot of stewed snake demon meat was placed in front of the puppy. The puppy was vigilant. Its dog face had a look of disdain, but its small eyes still glanced at it from time to time. The smell of the meat was too tempting. It was a little restless, but it stared at Ziyue, hoping that he would leave quickly. Through contact, Ziyue had a rough understanding of its character. He did not get angry and directly turned around. When Ziyue reached the door, he turned his head to take a look again. Coincidentally, he saw the puppy take 2 quick steps and arrive in front of the dog basin. However, when it realized that Ziyue was looking at it, it hurriedly limped back. Because it was too anxious, it even fell and rolled its small body on the ground. Laughing in his heart, Ziyue finally walked out. Night unknowingly fell. At this time, Ziyue walked out of his residence. Along the way, the number of people gradually decreased. Only a few shops were still open. The dim lanterns shone on the ground, making it dim. Ziyue was dressed in martial attire. Holding his scabbard, he gradually approached the west. There were even fewer people on the streets. There was not a single person to be seen on the streets. The surrounding houses were also starting to become dilapidated. They were scattered and far away. This was the most desolate place in Town. Even the night watchmen would try their best not to come here. That was because there were countless corpses buried here. It was a graveyard. The graveyard was located within the town, which was a bit inappropriate. However, there were always some greedy people who found a wasteland and buried the corpses. As the number of people increased, this place naturally became a graveyard. Sometimes, for the sake of convenience, the government would throw the bodies of unknown merchants, criminals, beggars, and even commoners who had died in vain in the town into the graveyard. It was already extremely benevolent of them to wrap the bodies with a straw mat. Therefore, in this place, other than the desolation and coldness of the cemetery, there was also the stench of rotting corpses from time to time. It was still okay during the day, under the sunlight, There would be some warmth, and people would be a bit braver. However, once night fell, even the most daring drunkards and those who practice martial arts would not dare to step into this place. Baiziwe planned to use the soul-luring incense to attract ghosts and increase his spiritual energy. After thinking about it, this place was the most suitable place in Qinghe Town. However, he did not act rashly. As he walked around and measured the land, he quickly memorized the surroundings and the route. He was not clear about the effects of the soul attracting incense. As for the strength of the ghosts he would attract, he was also not sure. After all, reality was not a game. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he did not dare to say that the ghosts attracted by the soul attracting incense would definitely be weaker than him. There is also the possibility of the hunter and the prey switching identities. Ziwe was very clear about this point. In this world where demons and ghosts roamed freely, it was never too much to be careful. Naturally, he had to find a good route so that he could quickly escape if he encountered a hostile ghost that he could not deal with. After an hour, Ziyue's figure appeared in an empty space. This place was actually still quite a distance away from the real graveyard. However, since it was his first attempt, he naturally did not want to go too deep. This was because if he was not careful and was surrounded by ghosts, that would not be good. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue took out a stick of soul-attracting incense and carefully stuck it into the ground. Then, with a shake of his finger, a flame appeared. With a slight movement, the flame landed on the soul-attracting incense and ignited it. Suddenly, a light green smoke naturally drifted out and gradually spread out in all directions. Seeing that the soul-luring incense had been lit, Baiziwe did not hesitate. He quickly visualized the complicated runes in his mind. When a total of 9 runes were visualized, the spiritual power in his body was activated. Like a torrent, the spiritual power directly poured into the runes. Buzz! With a slight tremble, Ziyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a special light. In an instant, the whole world was different in his eyes. The originally dark ground was as bright as day in his eyes. Even if it was hundreds of meters away, he could easily see it as if it was right in front of him. In the sky, all kinds of strange auras intertwined. In his eyes, it was like a strange picture scroll, twisted and agile, constantly changing. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, stood not far from the soul-attracting incense and waited quietly. When the time came to the 20th breath, Ziyue's heart jumped. It's coming. In a night wind, this place was desolate and cold. Gradually, a ghost appeared in the distance. It had a confused look on its face, and its soul was a little shaky as it floated over in a daze. Soon after, Baiziwe realized that other than this spiritual body, there were some other ghosts that were gradually emerging from the ground. They were in a daze as they approached the soul-guiding incense. Wandering ghosts, and there's more than one direction. Ziyue felt a similar cold aura coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw that in the direction where he came from, there were also 3 or 4 souls rushing out of the underground tomb, wobbling toward him. This soul-attracting incense is indeed effective. Just by looking at it, more than a dozen ghosts have been attracted. Ziyue was faintly excited. More than a dozen ghosts, even if they were wandering ghosts and their soul bodies were weak, could still bring him some soul energy. He didn't mind. Moreover, this soul-attracting incense had just been lit not long ago. He believed that as time passed, more and more ghosts would be attracted to this place. Soon, the first soul body approached. Ziyue was not afraid. His chi and blood rippled, and the saber light slashed. Like a bubble, the ghost directly shattered, dissipated, and turned into ashes. Soul energy +9. Then, Ziyue did the same thing and quickly killed the other ghosts that approached. They were just the lowest level of souls. In terms of the degree of soul body, they were not even as solid as the little ghosts that Ziyue met in Cloudleaf Village. Naturally, they posed no threat to him. Gradually, more and more ghosts approached. Ziyue looked around and saw that there were dozens of them. Even if the amount of soul energy that a single soul body could produce was very small, with the most only a dozen points, and at least only 7 or 8 points, it was still very impressive. In a short period of time, he felt that his soul energy points had increased by more than 100 points. This was much more than the 20 to 30 points that he obtained when he got up early in the morning to slaughter livestock. It was more straightforward and direct, even if there was some danger in this way. Sensing that a ghost was suddenly attacking at a fast speed, Ziyue turned around and used the cloud walking step. The saber light swept across, and the thick chi and blood power crushed down. Puff! This sneak-attacking ghost was directly cut in half. Then it was poured by the chi and blood, and directly collapsed and turned into ashes. Soul energy plus 56. As expected, some ghosts with stronger souls are gradually being attracted to this place. Ziyue thought to himself and felt a little excited. They were the weakest of wandering ghosts. Although they could still increase his soul energy, the speed was too slow. For example, one ghost was equivalent to 5 or 6 ghosts. Only then could it be considered refreshing. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds came from the graveyard. Soon after, he saw 5 or 6 figures slowly approaching him in a rather strange posture. Walking corpses? Moreover, these walking corpses looked like the bandits of the Ghost Head stronghold who died today. Looking at the 5 or 6 twisting figures that were attracted over, Ziyue quickly recognized them. This was because he saw their faces and figures clearly at the city gate. They looked exactly like them. However, he did not expect that they would be turned into walking corpses so quickly. One had to know that ordinary corpses would either directly rot or be exposed to the sun and become dry corpses. Only when the location of the corpse happened to be in an Yin-type area could it be possible to corrode the corpse and use its remnant soul to turn it into a walking corpse. As time passed, the walking corpses could continue to absorb Yin-type aura and evolve into zombies. He was not surprised that the officials would throw the corpses of the bandits in this graveyard. However, the speed at which they turned into walking corpses really shocked him. This was because even if it was an Yin-type area, it was impossible to turn corpses into walking corpses in just one night, or even less than one night. With this thought in mind, Ziyue did not hesitate and quickly rushed forward. With a wave of his long saber, a continuous stream of saber light swept across the field. Puff! 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 The sound of countless sabers cutting into flesh was heard. Even if these Ghost Head stronghold bandits were not weak when they were alive, 1 or 2 of them had even reached the internal refinement realm. Their skin was tough, and when the saber cut into it, it was as tough and hard as cowhide. However, after turning into walking corpses, they only had their instincts left. Naturally, they were far from being Ziyue's opponent. Soon, all the walking corpses were killed by him. Chapter 108. Even if these walking corpses only have their instincts left, they're still as difficult to deal with as a martial artist who has externally tempered his skin or even his muscles and bones. Unfortunately, a walking corpse can only give me 100 points of spiritual energy at most. Ziyue felt a little helpless as he glanced at the spiritual energy amount on his status panel. However, he could understand. After all, these were just walking corpses that had just formed. Perhaps after a period of transformation, they would become stronger and naturally be able to provide more spiritual energy. However, he obviously could not give them time to grow. Just as he was muttering to himself, a cold aura suddenly appeared, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Suddenly, his surroundings changed greatly. He seemed to be in a woman's boudoir at this moment. An extremely beautiful woman dressed in red was sitting on the bed of the boudoir. Her slender waist swayed, full of charm. "Young master, it's cold outside. Why don't you get on the bed and warm up?" The woman smiled charmingly. Her posture was light and graceful. Her every move was full of intoxicating temptation. "Sure." Ziyue laughed heartily and took 2 steps forward. Young master, in front of such a beautiful scenery, holding this saber is too scary. Quickly throw it away." The woman put her delicate hands on her chest, looking very scared. Throw the saber away? Ziyue did not stop walking. He looked a little hesitant, but he quickly said, "That won't do. Without the saber, wouldn't I fall into your trap?" After he finished speaking, the entire sky was filled with saber light. As the saber light crisscrossed, the boudoir shattered and the ground reappeared. The red-robed figure was instantly drowned by the countless saber lights. A horrifying ghost howl came out. The originally delicate and pretty girl in red instantly turned into a horrifying appearance, with her face twisted and her eyes crooked and her mouth slanted due to the vast chi and blood contained in the saber light. Only now did it reveal its true appearance. Its body was covered in a dense, ghostly aura and a chilling aura. As it retreated rapidly, it suddenly shot out two red chestnuts like long whips in an attempt to block the attack. However, the power contained in Ziyue's saber light was too terrifying. It was extremely powerful. As the saber light flashed, Hong Ling was cut into several pieces. The saber light continued to advance and was about to cut the female ghost's body. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes flashed. The ghostly figure in front of him instantly turned into a pot of boiling oil. Once the saber light fell, the oil in the pot would definitely splash and fall on his body. Again, Ziyue's expression did not change. The saber in his hand did not hesitate at all as it slashed down. Earlier on, in order to prevent himself from being bewitched by ghosts, he had cast the Spirit Eye spell. Previously, it had turned into a female ghost to confuse Ziyue. It looked beautiful, but in Ziyue's eyes, it was its original appearance. It was so ugly that he despised it. However, in order to kill it faster, he took advantage of the situation and pretended to be bewitched to get closer. At this moment, the ghostly figure once again cast an illusion, hoping to make him hesitate. It was a little ridiculous. Boom! The so-called pot of oil instantly disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the ghostly figure. The ghost only had time to let out a blood-curdling shriek before its entire body was sliced into two. Rich chi and blood poured into it, and the saber light that had cut through its soul immediately weakened it by several times. Just as it was about to reform its soul, it saw Ziyue's saber light descend again. In an instant, several saber lights slashed out in succession. Its already weak soul was immediately torn apart again. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and completely collapsed. Its soul was scattered. Spiritual energy plus 489. Looking at the increase in spiritual energy, Ziyue's face showed that he had expected it. This ghostly figure was actually not weak. If its illusory and bewitching techniques were included, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of outer forging might not be a match for it. Unfortunately, its opponent was Ziyue, whose true strength was far superior to that of an ordinary martial artist at the peak of outer forging. He also had the Spirit Eye technique, which was the nemesis of illusions. Therefore, its outcome was predictable. When he returned to his original spot, he saw that the soul-luring incense had burned out. Ziyue hurriedly killed all the ghosts nearby until there were no more. Spiritual energy quantity, 11084. Looking at his spiritual energy quantity, Ziyue's eyes lit up. The effects of this soul-luring incense are indeed extraordinary. In just an hour, my spiritual energy has increased by more than 2,700. He was somewhat satisfied. Normally, unless he encountered a major accident, it would not be easy for him to obtain enough spiritual energy. Now that his spiritual energy had once again reached more than 10,000, he could not help but feel a little restless. However, when he thought about how he had already started his internal refinement, he really should not waste his time elsewhere. Therefore, he could only suppress his desire. After using the resentment cleansing technique to cleanse his body of the remnant soul's resentment, Ziyue set his gaze on the depths of the graveyard. The corpses of the Ghost Head Stronghold's bandits had really made him curious. There was also the ghostly figure that appeared immediately after. Ziyue could feel that the ghostly figure was not attracted by the soul-luring incense. This was because all the ghostly figures attracted by the soul-luring incense had a clear goal. They would immediately rush in the direction of the soul-luring incense and absorb the fragrance. They would not deliberately stop and attack him. In that case, this ghost's sudden attack on me is rather suspicious. Ziyue frowned slightly. Moreover, he felt a familiar aura from this ghostly figure. Ghostly arts. This ghostly figure had previously used several ghostly arts. After thinking for a while, Ziyue was also skilled and daring. He directly stepped into the graveyard. Under the support of the Spirit Eye technique, his vision was sharp. Even if it was a pitch-black place, it would be as clear as day in front of his eyes. There, the Inchi is so heavy. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes narrowed and looked at a call in the distance. As he neared, Ziyue discovered that in this call, there were actually a few corpses lying around. Strands of Inchi continuously invaded these corpses and began to transform them. It was obvious that the group of corpses that had appeared earlier had climbed out from this kernel. I did not expect that a corpse-nurturing ground would be formed here. In this way, it is understandable that these corpses could be transformed into corpses so quickly. Ziyue had a plan in his heart. A corpse-nurturing ground was a place where Inchi gathered at a higher level than an In ground. Not only did ghostly figures like to entrench themselves, but as long as some corpses were placed in such an environment, the chances of transforming into corpses or zombies were countless times higher. This call was not big, and it was not far from the nearby residence. Coupled with the fact that it was in a remote area, very few people would throw corpses here. Obviously, those soldiers wanted to save time and found this place, and directly threw the corpses down. Thinking that it would not be long before these corpses turned into corpses or zombies, it would inevitably cause great harm to the surrounding residents. In addition, he did not find a single ghost here, which was somewhat strange. Ziyue's heart moved, and immediately a fireball was directly sprayed on these corpses. Boom! The orange-red fireball instantly fell, and in the midst of the sizzling sound of burning, the corpses were burned to ashes in an instant. Roar! However, just at this moment, a loud roar was heard. The soil was stirred up, and a 2-meter-tall zombie with an incomparably robust body and a pitch-black body that seemed to have grown black bristles. With a single glance, one could tell that it was extremely tough. Suddenly, from a cave not far away from these corpses, it quickly rushed out. There really are zombies, no, refined corpses. A trace of understanding flashed through Ziyue's mind, and then his expression changed. Zombies were actually different from other zombies. Naturally formed zombies were different from those refined by evil cultivators. Ziyue had previously killed Wu Hao and obtained his cultivation notes. Wu Hao had a lot of records on refining corpses. Therefore, Ziyue could tell at a glance that the zombies in front of him were not zombies formed by the corrosion of Yin Qi, but refined corpses formed by human refinement. Although they were both zombies, refined corpses were much stronger than ordinary zombies. This was because refined corpses were usually selected from martial artists with special physiques and extraordinary martial arts skills, and then refined through special means. These refined corpses, because they had practiced martial arts when they were alive, had a strong physical body, and were naturally stronger than ordinary zombies, whether in terms of defense or strength. Moreover, they had mastered some of the instincts they had when they were alive, and their fighting strength was also more flexible and varied. Most importantly, after being corroded by Yin Qi, their strength would increase even more rapidly. At this moment, what appeared in front of Ziyue was a refined corpse. Furthermore, judging from its imposing manner and the dark, iron-like appearance of its zombie body, this was one of the stronger iron corpses among the refined corpses. In terms of fighting strength, it had definitely reached the level of internal refinement. Whether in terms of strength or speed, it was superior to Ziyue at this moment. Roar! With a roar, the iron corpse was already as swift as the wind and directly pounced on him. As it ran, it seemed to be accompanied by a foul wind and rain of blood, and a trace of the strong stench of corpses assaulted his face. Ziyue's face was solemn, but there was no fear in his heart. His hand touched his waist, and a small golden knife appeared in front of him. Feeling an inexplicable and intimate pull from the small golden knife, Ziyue's spiritual power surged into it. In an instant, the golden knife trembled slightly, and then turned into a ray of golden light shooting out. Ding! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Ziyue's golden knife only paused for a moment, and then pierced deeply into the iron corpse's body. However, to the zombie, such a small injury was not painful at all. Its body only paused for a moment, and then it pounced on him again. Begging for next month's votes, I'm only 100 votes away from the first place. Charge. Chapter 109. This defense is indeed strong, Ziyue thought to himself. He waved his hand slightly and summoned the golden thread saber. Then, he quickly took out a few talismans. Without any hesitation, the talismans in his hand were activated. Streaks of gray light shot directly at the zombie's body. Soul-subduing talisman. The iron zombie's bristles shook as if it had been hit. But soon, it was as if nothing had happened. It had not even slowed down. However, Ziyue took out the soul-subduing talisman in passing. He did not have much hope for its power. He held it with one hand, and an orange-red flame was formed instantly. Magic Spirit Fire Spell. Whoosh! The flame shot out instantly like a cannonball and drew a beautiful arc in the void. Boom! The zombie that was running wildly shook its body. The yin qi in its body surged as it tried to extinguish the flame. However, Ziyue's spiritual flame skill seemed to be able to burn anything. The yin qi's invasion increased the power of the flame. In an instant, the iron zombie's entire body was wrapped up. Roar! The zombie roared madly and slapped at the flames on its body, producing muffled, thumping sounds. However, it was unable to extinguish the flames in the end. It could not help but become furious and actually charge towards by Ziyue again without caring about anything else. The iron zombie's bristles were thick and its skin was tough. Even if Ziyue's spiritual flame skill had reached the level of complete mastery, it was difficult to burn through and hurt the zombie's foundation. This refined zombie is too strong. Ziyue sighed. As he retreated, he took out another flame and waved it slightly. In an instant, another flame shot out. At the same time, the summoned golden thread saber trembled slightly and turned into a golden ray of light, rushing straight ahead. This time, the target of the golden thread saber was the eyes of the iron zombie. Even if the iron zombie was tough, its eyes were also one of its weaknesses. Ding! As if it felt the threat of the saber, the refined zombie was driven by its fighting instinct. It held up its hands and blocked its eyes. Although Ziyue's knife had pierced deeply into the back of its hand, it did not cause any damage to its eyes. However, this attack caused its body to pause for a moment. Then, the flames that were gradually extinguishing due to the exhaustion of its spiritual energy exploded once again on its body. This refined corpse is even more difficult to deal with than the ghostwood tree spirit, Ziyue thought to himself as another flame appeared in his hand. Boom! Once again, the spiritual fire landed on the refined corpse. At this moment, the endless burning power finally broke through its thick bristles, as well as its body that had become incomparably hard due to the external tempering and internal tempering, as well as the invasion of yin qi. The zombies roared madly as they stomped on the ground, emitting thunderous sounds. He quickly approached Ziyue. Ziyue coldly snorted. The golden thread blade seemed to be pulled by a thin string and rushed out of the zombie's arm. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it directly landed on the zombie's foot. With a thud, the ground shook violently. The iron corpse fell to the ground. Then, Ziyue's figure flashed and appeared again. He was already at the side of the iron corpse. On the long blade, power surged, and layers of extremely fine air vibrations condensed on the blade. Die! With a slash of the blade, layers of power surged in, and the air emitted a violent whistling sound. Blade cutting technique. Puff! After a slight stagnation, the blade light deeply cut into the iron corpse's neck. However, this slash did not directly cut off its neck. It was deeply embedded in its neck, and even Ziyue could not pull it out for a moment. Roar! The zombie roared furiously and hammered the ground with both hands, creating an extremely powerful impact. After that, it dashed forward and slapped with both hands, directly slapping Bai Ziyue's saber out of its neck. Bai Ziyue's expression changed when he sensed the huge force coming from the long saber. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Then, without thinking, a spell was instantly formed. Divine Light Shield. In an instant, the spell was formed. At the same time, the zombie had already pounced again. Its arms that were as hard as iron and could pierce through diamond fiercely slapped on the Divine Light Shield. The Divine Light Shield trembled and produced violent ripples, but it finally blocked this attack. Again, Ziyue was also anxious. Taking advantage of the moment when the Divine Light Shield blocked the zombie, he raised his battle blade again and quickly flew out. Puff! The zombie's neck was already more than half cut off, and its head was finally completely cut off. It directly soared into the sky and rolled in the distance. The originally violent and powerful zombie suddenly stopped and completely fell to the ground, no longer able to crawl out. Traces of cold sweat appeared on Ziyue's face and body. Being blown by the cold wind, he felt a penetrating chill. This time I was careless. Ziyue sighed, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. This refined corpse, when it was alive, it might not have been as simple as outer refinement and inner refinement. It's even possible that it was a martial artist who had directly cultivated inner chi. How strong was the burning power of his spirit fire technique? Even pig iron could be burned in a molten iron, but he still used a total of 3 streaks to burn through the zombie's defense. Moreover, he wasn't able to cause any fatal threat to it, and his strength was also incomparably strong now. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a true inner refinement cultivator. In addition, the chopping blade technique had reached perfection. Under the infusion of power, he could break diamond. However, he still used 2 streaks to chop off the zombie's head. With this kind of incomparably tough defensive power, even if the opponent was an iron corpse whose strength was rather strong among the refined corpses, it still couldn't be justified. The only possibility was that when it was alive, it was an extremely strong martial artist. It was very likely that it had cultivated inner chi. After it died, it was refined through various kinds of precious materials. In addition to the invasion of yin chi, it was possible for it to take shape. 1250 points of spirit energy. As expected, the strength of this zombie is much stronger than I imagined. According to my estimation, this spirit energy is actually not inferior to a martial artist who has reached the late stage of inner refinement. It's only a step away from the peak of inner refinement. In addition, its body's defense is extraordinary. I reckon that even a martial artist at the peak of inner refinement would have a headache facing it. Looking at the amount of spirit energy, Ziyue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he only had the means of a martial artist, he definitely wouldn't be this zombie's opponent. If he only had the means of immortal cultivation, he would also be caught by this zombie and then trampled on. Cultivating both immortal cultivation and martial arts at the same time, using all kinds of means, he was able to truly kill it. He had only experienced such a difficult battle when facing the locust tree spirit. Letting out a long breath, Ziyue finally regained his senses. Then, he hurriedly used 2 more spirit fire techniques, completely burning the zombie's corpse and head. After a few minutes, the zombie was finally completely calcined and turned into ashes. This is a corpse pearl? Suddenly, Ziyue's gaze focused. He saw a thumb-sized pearl on the zombie's head that had been left behind after the corpse had been completely calcined. Even from a distance, Ziyue could feel the dense yin attribute energy contained within the corpse pearl. This corpse pearl was probably similar to a Yaoxiao core. In fact, it was also a type of energy condensation. However, the energy condensed within the corpse pearl was yin attribute energy. It didn't have much of an effect on the human body. However, it could also be used as a material to smelt into magic tools of the same attribute. increasing the power of the magic tool. Of course, it was also a great supplement for zombies and various ghosts. It could rapidly increase their strength. Even if Ziyue couldn't use it for the time being, he had to admit that it was a good item. After thinking for a while, Ziyue used a piece of cloth to wrap up the corpse pearl and put it away for the time being. Then, he moved and once again arrived at the edge of the valley, his eyes twinkling as he looked at the cave where the zombie was originally hidden. Ziyue's heart settled, and he stepped down. However, for the sake of caution, he still used a spirit light shield to block in front of him. Soon, Ziyue arrived at the entrance of the cave. This cave was clearly a corpse-nurturing cave. The yin attribute energy inside was several times stronger than outside. Just by standing outside the cave, he could clearly feel waves of yin attribute energy continuously invading him. Fortunately, his body was strong and his chi and blood was vigorous. If it was an ordinary person, they would have fallen seriously ill if they stayed here for even a short while. Different from what he had imagined, the cave didn't have too much of a smoky smell. There was only a unique earthy smell after the soil was moist. Holding the long blade in hand, Ziyue carefully stepped inside. The corpse cave wasn't deep and was only about 10 meters deep. A few minutes later, Ziyue walked out of the corpse cultivation cave with a calm expression and a pensive look on his face. Naturally, there were no traces of the person who had refined the zombie in this corpse cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the iron zombie so easily. However, Ziyue still made a few discoveries in the cave. From the footprints on the ground and the spacious Taoist robe left behind in the corpse cave, the person who had refined the zombie must have had a broad body and a fat body, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the Taoist robe gave him a sense of familiarity. After carefully searching through his memories, Ziyue's heart shook, and he said in a low voice, "It's him." Walking out of the valley, Ziyue looked at the graveyard in the distance and finally lost the thought of exploring it. He quickly walked and quickly returned to the place where he had lit the spirit-guiding incense. Without stopping, Ziyue followed the path he came from and quickly rushed back to his residence in the town. Ziyue's journey was smooth. Apart from the fact that the night watchman trembled in fear when he saw Ziyue from afar, which made him a little depressed, Ziyue successfully returned to his residence. Tomorrow is the time to compete with Li Yinru to determine the outstanding disciple. Ziyue casually drew a cleansing talisman and tore it open. When his body was as clean as before, without any dirt or dust, he said in a low voice, "I'm looking forward to it. I'm only a few dozen votes away from catching up to the top. Keep going." In addition, I originally planned to go to the fourth watch today, but I was delayed by a friend's treat. However, I shouldn't have anything to do tomorrow. I can go to the fourth watch tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 110. It was a cool night. Ziyue was lying on the bed. While he was in a daze, he heard someone calling out to him. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and immediately saw an existence with 2 heads and 4 arms, radiating boundless divine light, sitting cross-legged in the air, floating in the middle of a grand and splendid hall, the floor of which was paved with precious jade. He did not know when he was standing in the middle of the hall. Seeing the 2 heads and 4 arms shining brightly, as if they were supported by endless power, Ziyue could not help but feel minuscule and humble. It was as if he was born to worship and submit to such a being. Uncontrollably, there would be a kind of fanaticism that came from the bottom of his heart. It was as if the deity and demon were the only eternal existence in the world. Any person or existence was destined to be destroyed into dust. I am the master of all worlds, Jihong. Are the mortals below willing to serve me? I'm willing to fulfill your wishes and grant you endless wealth and longevity. Suddenly, the 2-headed, 4-armed existence opened its mouth. Its voice was like a great bell, deafening to the ears. I don't want wealth or longevity. I only want to fulfill your art of master of all worlds. What are you going to do about it? Ziyue said calmly. The deity and demon seemed to be at a loss for words. Following this, it snapped furiously as if it was being toyed with. How dare you? How dare a mere mortal covet the deity position? This shout seemed to have descended from the supreme void and exploded in by Ziwa's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. If you can't, then don't be so noisy in front of me. Baiziwa's expression did not change as he shouted. He immediately clenched his fist and sprang forward, throwing a punch at the deity and demon that was supposed to be the master of all worlds. The scene immediately felt like a dream. The magnificent hall and the two-headed, four-armed deity floating in the air were torn apart and turned into nothing. Almost instantly, Ziwa sprang up from the bed. He glanced at the room. It was calm as if nothing had changed. No, Ziwa's gaze unknowingly fell on the puppy under the table. At this moment, the puppy was actually kneeling down in worship. Its little tail was wagging non-stop, and it looked very excited. However, very soon, a trace of confusion flashed through the puppy's eyes. Then, it looked at its surroundings again, as if it was a little confused. It quickly got up with a resentful expression on its face. Obviously, Ziwa wasn't the only one who had mysteriously entered the dream. Even the little dog had been drawn into the dream by that mysterious existence. However, Baiziwa's mental strength was powerful, and he immediately noticed that something was amiss. He knew that all of this was fake, and that the other party had only used the dream world to create a psychological effect by using special means such as intimidation and coercion. In fact, everything in front of him was just an illusion formed from a dream. As long as the dream was shattered, everything would naturally cease to exist. However, the puppy was different. It thought that it had really met a deity and couldn't wait to kneel down and submit to him. It was dreaming of glory, splendor, wealth, and endless longevity. Ignoring the resentful puppy, Ziwa directly got out of bed, opened a cabinet next to him, and took out a curtain bag. He opened the cloth bag, and inside it was the idol that he had found in the Iron Lady's house. However, at this time, the idol had already cracked, and the special spirituality that had been added to the idol seemed to have dissipated. Sure enough, it's this idol that's causing trouble. It seems that I've invited an evil deity. Ziwa was a little depressed. That night, there was no more idol. The next day, Ziwa came down from heavy Inkstone Mountain. He didn't meet the old scholar, but he knew that the old scholar lived in a remote courtyard on Southeast Street, so he went to find him directly. This idol is actually something that some ghosts and deities use the power of faith to cultivate and spread. Among them, there are more orthodox ghosts and deities, such as the Earth God, the Mountain God, the City God, and so on. They're all recognized by the government and can enjoy incense and cultivate naturally. Of course, they also have to ensure the safety of the area and can't allow the ghosts and deities to cause chaos in the area. This idol is not a ghost or deity recognized by the government, but it wants to use the power of faith to cultivate, so it can only use some special means to bewitch the people. The one you met should be this kind of evil deity. To be able to enter a dream and use the size manipulation technique to intimidate others, he should have some tricks up his sleeves. However, it can only use the power of the idol, so its power is limited. In Qinghe Town, if its real body descends, there will be the Earth God and even the City God, so there's no need to worry about any threat. The old scholar looked at the broken idol that Ziwa handed over, waved his hand, and said, "Are there really existences like the Earth God and the City God?" Hearing that there wasn't much of a threat, Ziwa let out a sigh of relief and asked in surprise, "Of course there are. It's fine in a small place like Qinghe Town, but in a county town or even a county city, the existence of ghosts and deities is almost universally known. In fact, the inheritance of the path of incense was passed down by the mortal divine general of the ghosts and deities. However, the mortal divine general and the sect master disappeared a few decades ago. Coupled with the suppression of the imperial tutor, it gradually declined. Of course, ghosts and deities don't have much interaction with us. As long as we don't offend them, they won't care about worldly matters." The old scholar continued to speak. Nodding, Ziwa came to a realization. Ghostly divinities were actually ghostly entities who practiced cultivation. They had been conferred titles by the government and were able to enjoy normal joss flames, and thus their cultivation bases were considered orthodox. Correspondingly, they would be in charge of the ghosts and deities in the area and not allow them to disturb the ordinary residents. As for the evil deity he encountered, because it wasn't officially recognized, it could only secretly use threats and temptations to attract followers. Leaving the old scholar's house, Ziwe had just stepped onto the Linha Bridge when a figure who had some trouble walking came up to him with a smile and said, "Brother Ziwe, long time no see." "Uncle Son, what are you doing?" Ziwe asked in confusion. The person who came up to greet him was Sun Nong, who had some relationship with him in the Pearl restaurant. "I deliberately came to wait for you," Sun Nong said with a serious face. "Old Mr. Ho invites you." Frowning slightly, Ziwe nodded and said, "Then please lead the way." Uncle Sunday back then, it was because of old Mr. Ho's recommendation that he successfully became an inner disciple. Later on, he became the disciple of the sect master and had the opportunity to greatly increase his status. Of course, Ziwe knew very well that the two of them were actually just making a deal. Now, it was obvious that the other party wanted to pay him back. However, at this point in time, he had some bad guesses in his heart. Along the way, Sun Nong deliberately chatted with him, and Ziwe casually responded. They seemed to be enthusiastic, but in fact, they were no longer friends. 3 years ago, although Sun Nong helped him to a certain extent, he also used Ziwe to climb up to old Mr. Ho and obtain the wealth he wanted. Moreover, the other party's silent escape in the face of danger made it difficult for Ziwe to feel close to him. Soon, Ziwe came to old Mr. Ho's house again. However, this time, old Mr. Ho had arranged for a butler to welcome him at the door and invite him into the banquet hall with a warm expression. "Haha, Bai Xiaoxia is here. Please sit down." Ho Lin Kun laughed and hurriedly invited Ziwe to take a seat. Naturally, a servant girl served hot tea and snacks and placed them on the table next to him. "Old Mr. Ho, you're too polite. May I know why you asked me to come here this time?" Ziwe did not want to waste time on small talk, so he asked straightforwardly. "Bai Xiaoxia, I helped you back then, didn't I?" Ho Lin Kun asked with a serious face after he heard that, and he put away his previous enthusiasm. "That's right. It was with the help of old Mr. Ho that I was able to become an inner disciple of the sect. I haven't forgotten that." Ziwe nodded. As for the monthly salary given by the other party, Ziwe had not received it after he became the disciple of the sect leader. Naturally, it was not considered a favor. "Then, I want you to give up your identity as an outstanding disciple this time and lose to Li Yinru in the battle later. What do you think?" Ho Lin Kun's voice suddenly became very soft, and his eyes were fixed on Ziwe. Ziwe put down the teacup in his hand. His face was expressionless, but he replied, "It seems that old Mr. Ho's tea is not that good. I'm willing to provide you with 500 taels of silver and 10 bottles of bone-forging pills." Ho Lin Kun quickly said, "I won't agree to this request. If you ask me to come here just to say this, then there's no need for us to continue talking." Ziwe slowly shook his head, stood up, and said, "Haha, don't be anxious. I also know that Bai Xiaoxia will not agree to this request. However, I'm doing business, and I need to borrow some of Wujiang County's Home Master Li's power. Thus, when someone brought it up, I took the opportunity to ask. If you don't agree, it's fine. Apart from this matter, I really do have something that I need your help with this time." Ho Lin Kun laughed, hiding the unhappiness on his face, and said, "What is it?" Ziwe said indifferently. After coming out of Ho Lin Kun's residence, Ziwe's face was somewhat gloomy. However, he quickly put this matter aside. For him, the most important thing right now was the battle with Li Yinru. Only by obtaining the identity of an outstanding disciple could he smoothly jump out of Qinghe Town and step into the wider Jianghu. He could obtain more opportunities and quickly increase his strength. Qinghe Town was still too small. Soon, Ziwe's figure appeared in his master's residence, Lu Dong's residence. After a while, Ziwe followed Lu Dong directly to the residence of the Scorching Sun Gang's branch and to the relatively spacious martial arts practice field. Chapter 111. Just as Ziyue was about to start the fight, a fat figure was rushing towards the graveyard from the west of Qinghetown. This fat figure was Zhang Yuchang, the disciple of Channel 5 and the senior brother of Wu Hao, who had died at the hands of Ziyue. Almost immediately, Zhang Yuchang arrived at the spot that Ziyue had chosen to light the incense. Seeing the incense stick inserted into the ground, which had already burned out, he paused and said with an ugly expression, "Incense? Soul-guiding incense?" Then, he quickly stood up and walked towards the graveyard. A few minutes later, his figure appeared in the corpse-cultivating cave in the kernel. Then, his expression became extremely gloomy. The iron corpse is really gone. Dead? Looking at the empty scene in the corpse cave, Zhang Yuchang's anger reached its peak. He had spent a lot of time and effort and used a lot of precious materials to refine this iron corpse. It was an existence that he regarded as his life. It was one of the aids that he relied on to achieve Tao. In the end, he was just delayed for a while and could not come back. How could it be eliminated by someone? Who is it? Who did it? He gritted his teeth as he spoke and hurriedly looked around. Soon, he discovered additional footprints on the ground. However, he could not tell much from the footprints alone. He hurriedly walked out of the corpse-raising cave. The traces of the corpse being burned on the ground naturally did not escape his observation. Spirit fire technique. He was even more certain that the other party was a cultivator. He finally followed the traces and came to the place where the iron corpse had really fallen. Looking at the iron corpse that was only left with some remains after being burned, he suddenly let out a beast-like roar. At this time, he no longer had any hope in his heart. Seeming to have thought of something, he quickly took out a cloth banner from his chest. Spiritual power surged, and the cloth banner swayed violently. Then, the surrounding Inchi flourished. Amidst the whistling of the wind, a female ghost with a slightly corporeal appearance appeared in the distance. She quickly drifted over under the rising sun. "Tell me, who killed the iron corpse? Also, where is little Qing?" Zhang Yuchang said coldly. Little Qing is also dead. I saw him kill little Qing from afar, so I didn't dare to approach. Then, I saw him come to the corpse nurturing area. I don't know how, but he provoked the refined corpses. In the end, the refined corpses also died, and the corpse pearl was also taken by him. As the female ghost spoke, her figure flickered and instantly transformed into Ziyue's appearance. She said, "This is the appearance of that person." Because it was a soul body, its appearance was not very clear, but it was enough to recognize it. Good, very good. Staring at the female ghost's appearance, Zhang Yuchang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "I sent you here to protect the refined corpse. Since the refined corpse is gone, you can go down and accompany it." As he spoke, the banner shook violently, and a black ray of light shot out. No, the female ghost's face was filled with extreme fear. She was instantly hit by the black ray of light, and her body suddenly exploded, turning into a thick Inchi. Then, the banner released another ray of light. With a slight roll, it sucked in the thick Inchi. "No matter who you are, you must die for provoking me." Although Zhang Yuchang had seen Ziyue in his early years, it had been a long time after all. In addition, Ziyue's figure and appearance had changed to a certain extent, so he did not recognize him. However, he had already made up his mind to kill this figure. He made up his mind that as long as this person was still in Qinghetown, he would not let him go. Scorching Sun Gang martial arts practice field. Because they already knew that today was the day to determine the identity of the outstanding disciples in the gang. Countless disciples had already gathered here to wait. As Ziyue and Lu Dong stepped into martial arts practice field together, Li Yinru also appeared from another direction with Elder Nye Yunhao, and Left Guardian Zhao Jing. Everyone's hearts gradually became excited. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this battle. An inner disciple could not help but speak. Of course, it will be Li Yinru. I heard that Li Yinru has already reached the level of external forging of muscles and bones. In addition, he has the careful guidance of his father, Home Master Li. His strength is much stronger than ordinary external forging of muscles and bones. He is not someone that Ziyue can deal with. Someone immediately said with a matter-of-fact expression. That's hard to say. A slightly thin martial artist next to him sneered and said, "You don't know, but yesterday Shidi showed his ability. He directly used a broken saber to kill the younger brother of the Ghost Head Stronghold's third chief, Wu Yuan, the cutting-face man. This Wu Yuan was a genuine martial artist who had forged his muscles and bones. Furthermore, his reputation was resounding. Recently, some people have already given Shidi the title of the Broken Saber Man, so you're saying that this is still an evenly matched battle?" Someone heard this and could not help but interrupt. "Hee, Ziyue can't win." But at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Guo Zhengyang who had pulled out his saber. They all frowned. This person had a cold personality and liked to backstab others. Generally, those who knew him would not forget to get close to him. "Why do you say that?" Someone could not help but ask. "Because Li Yinru has already trained his strength to the core." Guo Zhengyang's face twitched as he said this. In fact, he was not as happy as he appeared to be. How could he be happy when he thought about how his master had even given Li Yinru the snake demon meat to him in order to let him train his strength to the core as soon as possible? If it were not for the fact that the other party had agreed to bring him to Wujiang County, he would not have gotten close to the other party. He's already trained his strength to the core. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. When the strength entered the core, the bone marrow would be strengthened, and qi and blood would soar. Strength and force would all be significantly improved. When a martial artist reached this level, he was not far from the peak of external forging. Naturally, his strength would be much stronger than ordinary external forging martial artists. In this way, even if Ziyue displayed extraordinary combat strength, he would still lose if he really went against Li Yinru. It seems that Shidi is really going to lose. What a pity. The thin martial artist who had previously bragged about Ziyue's combat strength could not help but sigh. He felt somewhat bored. Shidi's talent is definitely top-notch. The only pity is that he has less time to learn martial arts. Otherwise, someone next to him said, and shook his head. In their hearts, they naturally hoped that Ziyue would defeat Li Yinru. After all, no matter what, Ziyue was a disciple of the Scorching Sun Gang in Qinghe Town. Li Yinru had only obtained the right to compete by using tricks. Naturally, they did not want this outstanding disciple position to be taken by someone who is equivalent to an outsider. Mount Ziyue, don't be nervous. It doesn't matter even if you lose. Next time, no one will be able to stop you. Lu Dong clearly knew that Li Yinru had already trained his strength to the core, so he comforted Ziyue. "I'm not nervous." Ziyue shook his head and said he was indeed not nervous. However, Li Yinru would not make him feel nervous. At the end of the day, Li Yinru's strength was only at the outer forging realm. It did not mean anything to him. As for the next time, in his heart, there would not be a next time. He was not willing to wait for another 3 years. All right, since both sides have arrived, let's not waste any more time. I see that Li Yinru and Ziyue can't wait any longer. Let them start as soon as possible. Nie Yunhao suggested with a smile. That's right. The earlier the victor is decided, the earlier everyone can feel at ease. That way, we can avoid unnecessary changes and stop certain people from having any delusions. Left Protector Zhao Jing said, and coldly glanced at Ziyue. He still suspected that his disciple had died at the hands of Ziyue. However, because of the sect master's intervention, he did not have any evidence and could only give up for the time being. Then let's start. Sect master Lu Dong glanced at Ziyue. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, he agreed. I heard that Shidi has been very famous recently. He even has the title of Broken Saber Man. I would like to take this opportunity to see it for myself. Li Yinru could not wait to jump onto a fighting ring in the martial arts practice field and said with a laugh, I'll let you see it. Ziyue said calmly and walked up step by step. Soon, the two of them appeared on both sides of the fighting ring. Let's start. Nie Yunhao said casually. Shidi, be careful. Li Yinru said gracefully. He did not hold back. In a flash, he dashed in front of Ziyue and quickly swung a 7-foot-long machete. This 7-foot-long machete was dark red in color. It was made of refined iron and a special material called red vine stone. With the help of a blacksmith's high-end forging technique, it was a treasured knife that was smelted. It was sharp and hard. Even if it was held by an ordinary person, it could easily cut through the skin of a martial artist who had undergone external training. It was extremely extraordinary. This slash was filled with an imposing aura. Under the crushing force, it seemed like it could split any existence into two. Rolling curtain 13 blades. Facing this machete, Ziyue seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stood motionless in the same spot. Some of the disciples in the distance could not help but exclaim. Could it be that the genius in their eyes was so weak? In the face of Li Yinru's attack, he could not even react in time. Even Lu Dong, who was in the stands, couldn't help but show a trace of worry in his eyes at this time. He had already grabbed the jade pendant hanging on his waist, ready to shoot out at any time to save his disciple. Finally, just as the 7-foot-long machete was about to reach him, Ziyue moved. His body was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the same spot. Boom! With a deafening sound, the machete landed on the fighting ring and left a long mark. However, Li Yinru's movements stopped abruptly. He did not dare to move. This was because a long machete had appeared below his neck. The cold air was constantly emitting from the blade, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Chapter 112. One move. It did not even count as one move. Li Yinru was defeated. Such a fast speed, such an easy end to the battle, really shocked everyone. Following that, a series of gasps could be heard one after another. I lost. Li Yinru could not believe it. However, the chilling aura of the saber blade on his neck made it clear to him that he had indeed lost. Immediately after, his face, eyes, and neck all turned red. The more confidence he had before, the more shame and anger he felt at this moment. The voices of disbelief around him, as well as the looks of sympathy, relief, and disappointment, were like fiery slaps that continuously landed on his face. Slap, slap, slap. Li Yinru lost? What about the promise he made to take me to Wujiang County? Guo Jingru was stunned. The first thing he thought of was whether Li Yinru could fulfill his promise. In his heart, he once again felt an incomparable sense of loss and anger. Time and time again, the opportunities that were placed in front of him fell through one after another. He was really unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. Mount Ziyue won? Lu Dong also could not believe it. He suddenly realized that he did not know this disciple as well as he thought he did. All along, he only cared about the progress of his cultivation and the extent of his outer forging. It seemed that he did not know much about his martial arts techniques or his means of fighting against enemies. The only thing that could be said to be helpful was to arrange for him to follow old Li to slaughter livestock and practice his saber skills. In his opinion, how powerful could an outer forging cultivator be? How powerful would his combat strength be? Only when he began to cultivate his inner forging would he need to master powerful combat strength. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the Jianghu. He did not expect Ziyue to give him such a big surprise. Even his eyes lit up when he saw the speed of Li Yinru's attacks and the sharpness of his saber skills. He could feel the power in them. Nie Yunhao was the only one who did not look too surprised. Although he was a little surprised, he did not look too surprised. As early as when they were besieging the snake demon, he had seen Ziyue's lightning-fast saber slash. Even though it was just a glimpse, it was enough to make his eyes light up. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised by this result. The only thing that surprised him was that he didn't expect Ziyue to defeat Li Yinru so quickly. After all, Li Yinru was the son of Hall Master Li Zhao from the headquarters of the Scorching Sun Gang. His strength was not bad among the youths. Senior Brother Li, thank you for letting me win, Ziyue said as he slowly withdrew his long saber. Li Yinru's face was cloudy and uncertain. He looked at Ziyue with a complicated expression. Without saying anything else, he quickly left. Elder Nya, please announce the results. Lu Dong couldn't help but smile as he hurriedly said. Left Protector Zhao Jing's face twitched, but he only looked coldly at Ziyue below the stage. No one knew what he was thinking. I announced that Ziyue is the winner of this battle. Accordingly, the title of Outstanding Disciple is also given to Ziyue. Nie Yunhao's deep voice clearly spread to every corner of the martial arts practice field. Congratulations, Senior Brother Bai, for becoming an outstanding disciple. Congratulations, Bai Shidi. You are truly a role model for our generation. Brother Bai, you are amazing. In an instant, all kinds of congratulations were heard. Ziyue responded to them one by one with a smile on his face. Even though he wasn't surprised by his victory over Li Yinru and even felt relaxed, when he actually defeated his opponent and heard that the title of Outstanding Disciple was given to him, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Mount Ziyue, what realm are you at now? Lu Dong couldn't help but call Ziyue to his side and ask, what realm have you reached with your saber technique? Master, with the snake demon flesh you gave me, I have already reached the level of external forging of muscles and bones. As for saber techniques, perhaps it is because I am naturally suited for saber techniques. Now, I have mastered the 18 consecutive saber moves and the saber chopping technique to the greater mastery stage. Ziyue replied softly. This was also the excuse he had thought of from the start. In terms of martial arts, due to the limitation of talent, advancing too quickly would cause unnecessary suspicion. However, in terms of martial arts, due to the emphasis on technique, there was no shortage of people who could cultivate to an extremely high level in a short period of time. Therefore, although Ziyue's talent in martial arts was shocking, it wasn't to the extent of being unbelievable or to the extent of being investigated. However, even though Ziyue's voice was rather soft when he spoke, many of the supervisors and protectors present were experts. When they heard what he said, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock on their faces. Bai Ziyue's talent in practicing martial arts was already enviable. Now, that Bai Ziyue's talent in practicing saber techniques was even better than his talent in practicing martial arts. He could not help but feel jealous, especially Right Protector Liu Yang, who was the most depressed at this time. Back then, he had expressed the idea of taking Ziyue as a disciple, but he didn't expect to be rejected by Sect Master Lu Dong. Now that the other party was shining brightly, he really felt regretful. Haha, good. As expected, you didn't lose face for Master. Originally, as an outstanding disciple, when you go to the Scorching Sun Gang's headquarters in Wujiang County, the gang will naturally reward you. Now, I'll add another prize to your reward. Later, you can go to my private storehouse and pick something to take back. Lu Dong naturally saw the envious eyes of the other supervisors and even the Elder Nya. His mood became more and more comfortable, and he directly said to Ziyue, "Thank you, Master." Ziyue was also a little excited. As the sect master, Lu Dong's private storehouse must have countless good things. Now that he could open his private storehouse and let him pick something, it was definitely a great reward. Ha! Ziyue, you really have to thank your master. Lu Minju's private storehouse is a place that makes all of us jealous. Last time, I licked my old face and begged him for the Dragon Bone Whip, but he would rather lock it in his private storehouse than agree to give it to me. On the side, Tan Xiaofan couldn't help but stare and say, "Yes, and that piece of mysterious nether iron stone is an excellent material for forging weapons." Even Immortal Master Zhou, he of the government, couldn't help but mention it twice, but your master refuted him. If I were you, I would definitely choose that mysterious nether iron stone. This thing is priceless. Right Custodian Liu Yang also seemed to be sincere in his suggestion. You guys are too much. It wasn't easy for me to save up some money, but you guys took it all out. Lu Dong snorted, but he wasn't really angry. Thank you, Master. Ziyue could only thank him again. Ziyue, I'm going back to Wujiang County tomorrow. Do you want to go with me now, or wait for a month or two until the official award ceremony? Nie Yunhao also asked at this time. How long until the official award ceremony? Ziyue's heart became serious, and he quickly asked. According to the current calculation, the award ceremony will start in 50 days. If you don't arrive by then, you will automatically be disqualified. Nie Yunhao said with a smile. I'll definitely arrive before the award ceremony. Ziyue only thought for a moment and quickly said, although he also wanted to go to Wujiang County as soon as possible to see the wider world, he also had many things in Qinghe Town that he needed time to arrange. Nie Yunhao nodded and didn't say anything else. After the battle ended, the natural flow also dispersed. At this time, Ziyue had already followed his master, Lu Dong, all the way to the sect leader's residence. He didn't forget the award that his master promised to give him. He was also looking forward to it and secretly wondered what good things were in his master's private storehouse. Soon, Ziyue followed the sect leader and directly stepped into his bedroom. Only 2 or 3 people in Qinghe Town have entered my private storehouse. Mount Ziyue, you're the 4th. There are some good things in this private storehouse. Of course, there are also some things that aren't very valuable but are somewhat unique. They are my personal collection. To be honest, even I'm a little reluctant to give some of them to you. However, I'm in a good mood today. Your performance was indeed beyond my expectations. Therefore, as long as you choose something in this private storehouse, you can take it away no matter what it is. Of course, you can only take one. I won't allow you to take more than that. As Lu Dong spoke, he came to the head of the bed and twisted on a vase at the side. Crack, crack, crack. A slow cracking sound was heard. Then, a cabinet at the side automatically moved aside, revealing a hard stone wall behind it. However, there was no trace of the private storehouse. Lu Dong walked in another direction and twisted on the other side of the bed again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Then, the seemingly hard stone wall was slowly pulled open, revealing a rather spacious secret room behind the door. Lu Dong was the first to step in. He lit up the 4 oil lamps in the secret room. Immediately, the entire secret room became bright. Ziyue's eyes swept across the 4 oil lamps, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. These 4 oil lamps were not ordinary objects. They were made of colored glass. Under the illumination of the oil lamps, they were magnificent and mesmerizing. Colored glass might not be too precious to Ziyue, but to the people in this world, it was extremely rare. It was even more precious than some beautiful jade. It was a little too extravagant for his master to place it as a lampshade. It made him a little dizzy. It was as if he had seen a sudden clap of thunder in silence. Then, Ziyue looked at the other things in the secret room. His body and mind couldn't help but tremble, and he held his breath. There were too many collections here, and there were also many good things. Ziyue just took a look, and his breathing couldn't help but quicken a little. He couldn't help showing a trace of expectation on his face. He said, Master, can I only choose one? Lu Dong couldn't help but smirk as he said, That's right, only one. It's because the good things are mixed with the defective ones that it's a good test of your eyesight. Otherwise, I would have just given it to you directly. Why would I need to do this? Luck and eyesight are both very important. Chapter 113. Ziyue could not help but reveal a trace of embarrassment on his face. First, Ziyue looked at the weapons and other items. Among them, there were sabers, spears, swords, war hammers, whips, etc. Every one of them could be considered a good weapon. In particular, there was a long whip that was decorated with a wooden box. Its entire body seemed to be made of some kind of ferocious beast bones. Each section was connected to the next. Just looking at it gave off a burning feeling. This is the dragon bone whip that Supervisor Tand was talking about just now. It is made of the bones of a 4-legged dragon snake. It is hard and soft, and also has a natural fire attribute power. Its power is extraordinary. Do you want to choose this one? Lu Dong could not help but introduce it. Master, let me take a look first. Ziyue hurriedly shook his head. This dragon bone whip was definitely a good weapon. In terms of value, it was far above the long saber in his hand. However, to him, it was not suitable. Naturally, he would not choose it. Among the weapons, in addition to the dragon bone whip, there was also a short green sword that exuded a dense chill. It was also a sharp weapon with an attribute. This kind of weapon was, in fact, most suitable for warriors who had cultivated internal strength. If it happened to be of the same attribute as the opponent's internal strength, it would often be able to unleash a combat strength that was far better than normal. Bai Ziyue, on the other hand, really wanted to choose a long saber. After all, the long saber in his hand was actually obtained from traceless saber Yufeng. It was actually not very compatible with him. However, the standard long saber was even worse. He could only choose this one for the time being. In his master's private collection, there were also battle sabers, but the quality was not very good. Of course, he was not willing to waste this opportunity. There are also armor, hard armor, wrought tan armor, and a piece of snake scale armor made of a special kind of bone. Yue could not help but size up some of the jiaowei beside the weapons. When warriors roamed the jianghu, having a jiaowei to protect them would indeed greatly increase their survival ability. Ziyue could clearly see that these jiaoweis were the soft armor made from special bone pieces and the snake scale armor made from the snake demon scales, which had the toughest defensive power. Ziyue shook the armor in his hand. The armor made of bone was rather light. He pinched it hard and found that its hardness was astonishing. As for the snake scale armor, Ziyue had seen it before. Even a person at the peak of internal refinement could barely break it. This was enough to show the effectiveness of the snake scale armor. It was definitely good stuff. He was instantly tempted. However, he didn't make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the treasures in other directions. There were many treasures in his master's private storehouse, so he naturally had to look through them all. Only then would he be able to choose something better and more suitable for himself. Then, there were some antique decorations. There were calligraphy manuals, famous paintings, and even martial arts manuals. Ziyue was somewhat interested in them. He couldn't help flipping through them, seeing that they were all martial arts techniques. Only one of them was an external cultivation method. Moreover, it was the iron shirt that he had already mastered. He immediately lost interest. Skipping over the manuals, he quickly saw that there was a guzheng, a jade flute, and 2 or 3 inkstones on the shelf. These things were all rare and exquisite. If they were placed in the eyes of scholars, they would definitely be excited to admire them. Ziyue was not too interested. He directly skipped over them. After that, Bai Ziyue saw some strange ores. Among them was the mysterious underworld iron ore that Right Guardian Liu Yang had mentioned. It was a piece of rock the size of a human head. From 2 to 3 meters away, one could feel a kind of cold qi. He couldn't help but weigh it in his hand. His face changed. This stone, it's at least 250 kilograms, right? This density was very shocking. With his strength, he naturally could easily lift it. But if it was refined into a weapon, just its weight alone would be enough to cause great damage. Not to mention, this mysterious iron ore was also a treasure with attributes. In the eyes of people who cultivated immortal techniques, it could be considered precious. No wonder Immortal Master Zhou, he of the government, couldn't help but come over again and again to ask for it. 578 kilograms. Do you want to choose this mysterious iron, or as your reward this time? But I have to remind you that this mysterious iron ore is incomparably hard. Even if you take it, it will be difficult to find someone who can smelt it and make it into a weapon. Not to mention that this thing is incomparably precious in the eyes of some people. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. Lu Dong couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade him. Of course, reluctance in his heart was also one of the reasons. I'll take a look again. Ziyue shook his head again. He had seen this thing and was actually tempted. But as his master had said, it was indeed easy to attract the attention of others. He wasn't too afraid of this. In Qinghe Town, there were actually very few people who could pose a threat to him. It was just that not being able to find someone who could smelt the material into a weapon was indeed a problem. Spiritual materials? Spiritual herbs? These are all materials with spirituality. There's actually quite a lot of them. In the end, Ziyue looked at the last wooden shelf with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not only were there some spiritual herbs that were rather precious at a glance, such as lingji, ginseng, bitterbeard, and others, but they were all dried up with special methods so that their medicinal effects and spirituality would not be lost. There were also some materials with spirituality, For example, the snake bones of the recently killed snake demon. Ziyue saw a large section hidden here. Some were even taken out and placed in huge wine jars to be used as ingredients for brewing wine. It seems that the mysterious iron ore is really the most precious thing in Master's private storage. Next are the two weapons with attributes, as well as the snake scale armor and bone armor. Ziyue thought to himself and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. These things were actually not what he wanted the most. The weapons were not suitable, and the mysterious iron ore still needed to be smelted and forged. As for the snake scale armor and bone armor, he had mastered the spiritual light shield, and its effects were much better than these two. Finally, after some thought, Ziyue still decided to choose a piece of Jiawei as his reward this time. Wearing it on his body would at least provide a little more protection, right? However, when he turned around, his body suddenly trembled as he looked at a painting on the wall. This was an ink painting of a mountain. In the painting was a swordsman carrying a sword case on his back. He stood on a mountain peak and gazed at two huge eagles that were swooping down on him. If an ordinary person saw this painting, they would at most feel that this painting was extremely lifelike, with a feeling of the swordsman standing tall and the eagles soaring into the sky. However, Ziyue was not an ordinary martial artist. He was also a person who cultivated immortal techniques, and the strength of his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. He could clearly feel that there was a trace of spirit energy fluctuation in this painting. Even though this spirit energy fluctuation was already extremely obscure and dim, and even the entire painting seemed somewhat blurry. However, he was very clear about one thing. There was a difference between having spirituality and having spirit energy fluctuations. Often, things that had spirit energy fluctuations were definitely extraordinary. There was definitely some kind of secret hidden in this painting. Even if there wasn't, Ziyue was willing to take a gamble. Thinking of this, Ziyue didn't hesitate any longer. He directly walked forward and took off the painting. Resisting the urge to infuse the spirit energy in his body and test its effects, Ziyue looked at his master, Lu Dong. "What? Have you chosen? Let me see what you've chosen." As Lu Dong spoke, he walked over and quickly saw the painting in Ziyue's hand. He couldn't help but reveal a strange expression on his face. He said in astonishment, "You've chosen this painting? That's right. I've already decided to choose this painting as a reward," Ziyue said with a calm expression. "This painting is indeed of an extremely high standard. The expressions of the swordsman and the eagle are all extremely lifelike. Although I don't know the name of the painter, it's definitely not inferior to some famous paintings. Every time I enter this private storehouse, I can't help but admire it. However, although this painting is good, it has no effect on the growth of your strength. Even if you choose away armor or that mysterious underworld iron stone, it's still better than this useless painting." Lu Dong couldn't help but persuade him. Although he was reluctant to give away such a precious item like the mysterious underworld iron stone, he also didn't want his disciple to end up choosing a useless painting. He really didn't expect that his disciple was such a cultured person. "Master, I've already decided. I'll choose this painting." Ziyue naturally saw the strange expression on his master's face. He knew that the other party was probably secretly muttering to himself, thinking that he was somewhat ignorant and was trying to be artistic. However, he didn't care. Although he wasn't sure what use this painting had, he knew in his heart that its value was definitely not inferior to any of the items in his master's private storehouse. "Since that's the case, fine. This is your own choice. Don't regret it in the future." Hearing this, Lu Dong could only helplessly nod his head and agree. Seeing this, Ziyue secretly rejoiced. However, his expression was calm. He carefully rolled up the painting and then specially wrapped it in an oilcloth. As his master walked out of the private storehouse, Ziyue couldn't help but look at the items in the private storehouse again. Among them, there were still a few that made his heart beat faster. Unfortunately, his master only allowed him to choose one of them. Since he had chosen the painting of the eagle swordsman, he could only let go of his other thoughts. After bidding farewell to his master, Ziyue didn't stay any longer and directly returned to his residence. Along the way, he met a few disciples of the Scorching Sun gang. When they saw him, they all respectfully greeted him. Among them, there was no lack of people at the inner refinement level who were stewards. In their eyes, Ziyue's current strength might not be as strong as theirs. However, it was hard to predict how strong he would be in the future. There was one thing that they were clear about. That was, any outstanding disciple of the Scorching Sun gang would definitely be able to cultivate inner strength in the future as long as they didn't die midway. And warriors who cultivated inner strength in Town were at least at the level of protectors in the gang. Now, even if they couldn't become friends, they definitely couldn't offend each other and cause them to bear grudges. Regarding this, although Ziyue understood, he could only accept it calmly. Fortunately, he quickly returned to his residence. Then, as if he couldn't wait any longer, he took out the painting. Fourth update. It's too difficult to write 3 points. I've finally returned 1 chapter. Now, I owe 22 chapters. Sob. It's actually getting more and more. This doesn't make sense. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes. I'm currently in hot pursuit. Chapter 114. This painting is indeed a magic weapon. However, it might have been shelved for too long, so the spirit chi isn't obvious. That's why it's covered in dust. Ziyue slowly unrolled the painting, his eyes faintly shining. Previously, he had felt that there was a faint spirit chi fluctuation in the painting. Now that he held it in his hand, the spirit chi fluctuation was even more obvious. Moreover, after carefully examining it, he finally discovered the restriction fluctuations in the painting. If there were restrictions, then it must be a magic weapon. He had long been aware of this point, so he was truly excited. In this way, even if this painting couldn't compare to the mysterious dark iron, or it wouldn't be inferior to the Dragonbone Whip or the Azure Radiance Dagger. Without much hesitation, Ziyue's mental energy poured into the painting. 1, 2, 3. Ziyue's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. This painting actually contained a total of 24 restrictions. In other words, this was a magic weapon with 24 restrictions. A magic weapon's grade is based on 27 levels. If there are more than 27 restrictions, it's a mid-grade magic weapon. If there are more than 54 restrictions, it's a high-grade magic weapon. This painting contains a total of 24 restrictions. Among low-grade magic weapons, it can be considered tyrannical. It far surpasses the golden threaded dagger in my hand. Ziyue's thoughts floated, and he truly felt a kind of unexpected surprise in his heart. If this was the case, then in terms of value, even the mysterious dark iron was far inferior to this painting of the Eagle Swordsman. Hurriedly immersing his mind, Ziyue controlled his mental energy to enter the magic weapon. He wanted to refine this magic weapon as soon as possible so that he could truly unleash its original power. Perhaps because this magic weapon had been shelved for too long, the imprint of its original owner had long since dissipated. As such, Ziyue's mental energy almost didn't encounter any obstruction as it broke through the obstruction of the restriction and reached the deepest part of the painting. Then, very quickly, this magic weapon was tainted with his spirit chi. A trace of a mental connection couldn't help but be transmitted from the painting. Then, very quickly, he understood the use and power of this magic weapon. He couldn't help but be startled. This Dharma artifact is somewhat different from the golden thread saber. Ziyue thought to himself. Without hesitation, the spiritual power in his body turned into a stream of water and flowed directly into the picture scroll. 1. With a slight tremble, a suction force was generated from the scroll, continuously absorbing the spiritual chi in his body. 1, 2, 3. When a total of 600 streams of spiritual energy were absorbed, the painting immediately flashed with a flash of spiritual light. Then, when Ziyue looked at the scroll again, he found that one of the originally blurry eagle suddenly became bright and beautiful. Although it only appeared in the scroll, It gave off a feeling that it was about to fly out of the scroll at any time. With a thought, Ziyue reached out and tapped on the scroll. In an instant, a wave of spiritual pressure was emitted from the painting. Following that, the bright and beautiful eagle flew out from the painting. Old Eagle, with a wingspan of 10 meters and a gaze as sharp as lightning, appeared in the room, exuding an aura of boundless might. However, although his room was spacious, it was a little too narrow for the eagle. It made Ziyue feel a little cramped. The dog, who was sleeping soundly, opened its eyes in a daze. Suddenly, it saw a huge monster appear in the room and was immediately frightened. It clamped its tail tightly and opened its mouth wide, but did not dare to make the slightest sound. Ignoring the dog's strange behavior, Ziyue reached out his hand and waved slightly. Suddenly, the eagle that appeared in the room turned into a stream of light and reappeared in the scroll. Although it's not a physical body, just by looking at its power, it's definitely not weak. However, if I really want to test its power, I can only do it in an open space. Ziyue's gaze fell on the scroll again, and he could not help but feel a little excited. This was the first level of use of this magic weapon. When spiritual power was poured into the scroll again and filled up the second eagle in the scroll, he could carry 2 eagles with him at all times, and their power would increase exponentially. Once spiritual power was poured into it, the swordsman would also condense and take form. Then, the fighting power it could display would be even more terrifying. The only pity was that it was inconvenient in the town, and he could not display the true power of this eagle. However, even so, he still valued this magic weapon more. He believed that its value was immeasurable, and it could definitely be called the #1 treasure in his master's private storage. It was a pity that his master was not a cultivator and could not sense the fluctuation of spiritual qi. Therefore, he missed out on this magic weapon. Of course, because of this, he gained a bargain. "Awoo! Awoo!" At this moment, a somewhat excited dog howl was heard. It was the small dog who saw that the eagle had disappeared and that the threat was gone. It seemed to feel that its previous actions were somewhat embarrassing. Thus, it started to bark, indicating that it was not to be trifled with. Then, it thought that it had regained its prestige, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on the dog's face. Seeing this, Ziyue could not help but laugh and stretched out his hand to touch the scroll again. Instantly, the huge body of the eagle appeared in the room again. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Seeing this, the small dog who was barking crazily was stunned. It was really difficult to understand how the huge body of the eagle suddenly appeared. Its voice immediately became sobbing and it was trembling. Seeing that the small dog had become obedient, Ziyue recalled the eagle again. After sensing it for a while, he made a judgment in his heart. Summoning this eagle actually consumes its spiritual qi. After summoning it twice, each time it stayed for less than 3 breaths. The eagle's spiritual qi is only left with 540 strands. Based on this calculation, the eagle's appearance only lasted for 1 breath, and at least 10 strands of spiritual qi would be consumed. And if it wanted to display its fighting power, the consumption of spiritual qi would definitely be greater. Fortunately, as long as I don't control this eagle and stay in the scroll, its consumption of spiritual qi would be much smaller and almost negligible. In this way, I can first inject spiritual qi and wait until the battle to summon it out. This is a lot more convenient. Ziyue thought in his heart and did not care about the consumption of spiritual qi. Once again, he injected his spiritual qi into the scroll. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. Very quickly, the first eagle's originally consumed spiritual qi was replenished. As for the second eagle, with the continuous infusion of spiritual qi by Ziyue, it became brighter and soared in the scroll, ready to burst out. With more than 1,200 strands of spiritual qi continuously injected, even with Ziyue's qi cultivation stage level 3, he could not bear it. His face could not help but reveal a trace of paleness. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and used the purple qi divine observation technique to absorb the spiritual qi around him and slowly recover his consumed spiritual qi. It was different from visualizing the purple chi guidance diagram during cultivation. Recovering spiritual chi was much simpler because there was already a spiritual chi foundation in his body. As long as he used the spiritual chi divine observation technique, he could automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transform it into his own spiritual chi. After a full 3 hours, Ziyue's face finally regained its color. The spiritual chi in his body also recovered. Then, Ziyue once again injected the spiritual chi in his body into the Eagle Swordsman painting. A total of 800 strands of spiritual chi were all injected into the scroll. Immediately, the last swordsman carrying the sword case became full of charm. As such, as long as he had a thought, he could summon this swordsman to assist him in battle. Finally, the spiritual chi required by the spiritual chi divine observation diagram is completely filled. This way, I have one more trump card. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Ziyue's face. Then, he sat cross-legged again to recover his spiritual chi. The next day, the weather was gloomy and a drizzle fell from the sky continuously. Ziyue followed his master, Lu Dong, and the higher-ups of the Scorching Sun Gang directly to the Qing River Pier. All right, Lu Minju, you don't have to send me off. When we reach Wujiang County, I will naturally find someone to refine the snake demon core into an elixir and send it to you. Nie Yunhao turned around and said with a hearty smile. At the side, the originally high-spirited Li Yinru now stood beside him like a quail. His expression was downcast, and his gaze was somewhat numb. Until now, he still had not recovered from the blow of being defeated by Ziyue in one move yesterday. However, this time, he had failed to compete for the title of the outstanding disciple. Of course, he did not have the face to continue to stay and could only return to Wujiang County dejectedly. He was only traveling with Nie Yunhao in passing. Naturally, Guizhengyang was not in the entourage. Therefore, even though he came with his master to send them off, Guo Xingyang's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, his master, Zhao Jing's expression was not any better. Li Yinru had failed to compete for the title of outstanding disciple. It was really unknown whether his original plan would succeed or not. I still trust Elder Nie's character. Lu Dong smiled and said, As for you, Ziyue, I'll see you again someday. With that, Nie Yunhao was straightforward. He directly led his entourage and Li Yinru on the merchant ship returning to Wujiang County. Let's go. After this matter, you also have to prepare for going to Wujiang County. Lu Dong said to Ziyue. I understand. Ziyue nodded. Just as he was about to go back with them, he suddenly saw another large ship on the surface of the river in the distance. Vaguely, he could see a young man in brocade standing at the bow of the ship, looking in the direction of Qinghe Town. Beside him, there was a slender maidservant standing at the side, holding an umbrella for him, blocking the invasion of the drizzle. Not only that, Ziyue saw a group of obviously unusual people behind the young man. They stood solemnly around the large ship, as if they were guarding something. Suddenly, Ziyue saw the flagpole fluttering at the bow of the ship. His expression changed, and he whispered, Official ship? Chapter 115. It was an official ship. It would only be dispatched when the officials were traveling or when the escorting officials were supervising the goods. Obviously, there must be someone of high status from a government coming this time. Hey, Guardian Yang? What's the matter that made the Guardian Yang come to the celebration pier in person? While he was puzzling, Ziyue suddenly heard his master greeting someone. Ziyue turned his head and immediately saw a middle-aged man in a guardian uniform with a solemn face. He walked over with a group of local officials, squires, and a few wealthy businessmen. It's Lu Minju. Since my superior is here, I naturally have to come and welcome him. Yang Zhongling looked at Lu Dong in surprise. He did not stop walking and waved his hand to the people behind him. Naturally, there were soldiers who immediately set out to separate the surrounding people. Of course, Ziyue and the Scorching Sun Gang were not among them. Superior? Is that the newly appointed Li Jubo? Lu Dong's face turned solemn. He turned to look at the river and saw the ship slowly approaching. He hurriedly said, "It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Since that's the case, it's not good for me to leave. I'll just wait with Sir Yang." "That's right. It's Li Hun. Li Jubo is here. Brother Lu, please come with me to welcome him." As he spoke, Yang Zhongling beckoned Lu Dong to go with him to the shore and then waited patiently. The other officials and squires automatically stood behind them, looking forward to what would happen. Zue naturally followed his master and stood aside. As the official ship in the distance gradually approached, the figure on the bow gradually became clear. It was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He had a fair face, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. Coupled with a unique scholarly aura, he gave people a good impression at first sight. He was wearing an official's uniform. His eyes were calm, but there was an indescribable aura that made people dare not underestimate him. Behind him, there were guards in tight clothes. These guards held long spears in their hands. Even though they were walking on the shaking official ship, their steps were steady and unaffected. Their expressions were vigilant, and their gazes were like lightning. It was as if even the slightest movement of grass in the wind could not escape their observation. Any threat would be quickly dealt with by them. An ever-victorious army. It seems that Lord Li is really valued by that noble. He even has an army to protect him. Lu Yang, who was beside Bai Ziyue, said softly, "Lord Li is here to exterminate the bandits. He's only an officer, so he won't be able to unleash much of his power. I don't know if they brought the military's weapon of mass destruction. If they did, then the surrounding Ghost Head stronghold might really be destroyed," said Qin Yu repeatedly. "I've never met Lord Li before, so I don't know much about his character. I'm just afraid that he'll target our Scorching Sun gang," said Lu Dong with a solemn expression. Needless to say, the local government of Qinghe Town was no match for the Ghost Head stronghold. Otherwise, they would not have allowed the Ghost Head stronghold to be arrogant for so long. Even with the addition of the officers brought by Lord Li this time, it would not be enough. Therefore, as the largest gang in the town, the Scorching Sun gang had the responsibility of assisting the local government to manage the people. It was almost certain that they would be targeted. There was no way to avoid this kind of thing. Therefore, Lu Dong had the chance to leave immediately, but he still spoke up and stayed. Hearing this, the others were shocked and felt a bit of pressure. The Ghost Head stronghold had been standing in the surrounding area for more than 10 years. It was easy to imagine how powerful they were. If it was not necessary, the Scorching Sun gang really did not want to get involved in this muddy water. However, sometimes one had no choice in the world of martial arts. Soon, the official ship docked. Dozens of officers got off the ship first and lined up in 2 rows, blocking the entrance of the passage. Then, the young man at the front of the ship got off the ship under the protection of several people. Among them, other than the maidservant who obviously did not practice martial arts, the other 3 people left a deep impression. One of them was a young general wearing silver-white armor and holding a long spear. Although he was young, his eyes were sharp and his aura was heavy. It was obvious that he had extraordinary martial arts skills. The other one wore a long green robe, but looked like a butler. He looked very inconspicuous. However, as soon as he appeared, Zue heard Lu Yang say in a low voice, "Li Yu the Stained Hand." After Bai Ziyue obtained the status of an outstanding disciple, not only did the ordinary sect members pay more attention to him, but even the various supervisors also paid more attention to him. Therefore, when Tan Xiaofan saw the puzzled expression on his face, he explained, "Their existences were on par with your master back then. They're Lu Dong of Heaven Entanglement and Li Yu of Clothes Staining. I didn't expect that even he would come this time. Moreover, from the looks of it, he has been subdued by Lord Li and has become his butler." "Thank you for explaining, Supervisor Tan." Ziyue thanked him and could not help but look at his master. He did not see any expression on his master's face. However, in his heart, he began to pay more attention to this stained hand Li Yu. It was obvious that this was a third-rate expert on the same level as his master. Apart from these people, there was also an arrogant-looking old man wearing a black robe. They did not know this person's identity, but from his demeanor and aura, it seemed that he looked down on the armored young general and Li Yu the Stained Hand. Evidently, if this person did not have true ability, then he was someone who thought highly of himself. Since he was able to come with Li Hun, he naturally could not be someone who thought highly of himself. It could be foreseen that this black-robed old man must have extraordinary means to be so arrogant. Subordinate Yang Zhongling welcomes Lord Li. From afar, Yang Zhongling shouted loudly, "Welcome, Lord Li." The other officials and squires all spoke. "Rise." Li Hun waved his hand. "Lord Li, this is President Zhang Tu of the Jingxi Chamber of Commerce. This is clan leader Su of the Su family fort. And this is Lu Minju of the Scorching Sun Gang." Yang Zhongling hurriedly introduced the group of people beside him. "I know all of this. Don't forget, I'm also a local of Town. I believe that all of you have expected my arrival this time. Here, I will not keep you in suspense. I am here to avenge my father and destroy the Ghost Head stronghold. Next, I will need to rely on many elders to help Li Hun fulfill my wish." After Li Hun saw them one by one, he opened his mouth and said, "The Ghost Head stronghold has been entrenched in Town for more than 10 years and has already become a malignant tumor. It should have been eliminated long ago. This time, Lord Li can take the lead. We will naturally support it." President Zhang Tu said repeatedly. The others also hurriedly echoed, looking as if they were going to generously help. Li Hun laughed. He naturally knew that these people were people who would not act without seeing the hair. None of their words were true. It was almost impossible to expect them to take the initiative to help. However, he was not in a hurry. Since he dared to come this time, he had already made all the preparations. He was not afraid that they would not comply. Lu Minju, the Scorching Sun Gang, is the largest gang in this town. I believe that you will not allow the Ghost Head stronghold to wreak havoc in the surrounding area, right? Finally, Li Hun's face turned serious as he looked at Lu Dong and said, "Naturally, I am unwilling. Lord Li, if it is within my power, the Scorching Sun Gang will definitely help." Lu Dong said without changing his expression, "As long as Lu Minju agrees to help, it will be fine." As Li Hun spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, before I came here, I specially visited Gang Leader Jiang. Gang Leader Jiang asked me to give a letter to Lu Minju. I originally planned to pay a special visit, but now it seems that there is no need." As he spoke, Li Hun directly handed a letter to Lu Dong. Lu Dong's face changed in an instant. After returning home, Ziyue could not help but reveal a trace of caution on his face. This time, Li Hun and Li Jubo's arrival was like pouring a bowl of clear water into the boiling oil pot of Town, causing it to boil even more intensely. Next, Ziyue did not need to guess to know that Li Hun would definitely form an alliance and form a powerful bandit suppression team to annihilate the Ghost Head stronghold. Originally, the most difficult to invite was actually the Scorching Sun Gang that Ziyue belonged to. However, when Li Hun took out the so-called gang leader's letter, Ziyue knew that the Scorching Sun Gang had no choice but to step into the trap this time. However, he did not know how strong it would be. However, the Ghost Head stronghold does not seem like those ordinary mountain bandits who only know how to silently hide and wait for the government to attack. I reckon that they will take action very soon. Ziyue filtered some of the information in his mind and revealed a trace of contemplation on his face. After thinking for a while, Ziyue quickly went out and informed his parents and relatives in town to try their best not to go out during this period of time. Apart from that, Ziyue also specially made a trip to the old scholar's house in exchange for some soul-calming incense from him. The soul-calming incense could double a martial artist's cultivation speed. Normally, he would not be willing to invest in it, but at this time, he could not care less. Since the Scorching Sun Gang could not stay out of this matter, then he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible to ensure that he would not encounter any accidents in the abrupt changes that were to come. And now, there is only one thing that could greatly increase his strength in a short period of time. That was to cultivate the diamond glass body to the beginner level of the internal refinement technique. As long as he could reach the beginner level of this technique, he would be able to use the characteristics of his spirit to raise it to the beginner level, the great level, or even the perfection level. The perfection level of this technique naturally meant that his internal refinement technique had reached the peak. The strength of a person at the peak of internal refinement technique was comparable to that of the 5 great managers of the Scorching Sun gang. He believed that with the strength of the 5 great managers and his own immortal techniques, even if he encountered danger, he would be able to protect himself. However, there was another matter that made him feel somewhat doubtful and uneasy. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Ziyue sighed and did not want to think too deeply about it. There were only 2 days left to double the votes, begging for a wave of monthly votes. Chapter 116. For the next 2 days, Ziyue did not pay attention to any rumors from the outside world. He stayed at home and cultivated the Vajra glass body. In these 2 days, Ziyue benefited greatly from the effect of the soul-calming incense, which doubled his cultivation speed. He could clearly feel that his heart had been strengthened. When it beat, it was turbulent and powerful, causing his strength to grow faster and more ferocious. Even his physique and strength had been improved by a little. However, at this time, he had not been able to cultivate the Vajra glass body to the beginner level. Therefore, in terms of strength, his improvement was not as great as he had imagined. 2 days had passed. Ziyue was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Other than occasionally listening to people chatting when he went out to eat, Qin Xiaoping had also specially paid him a visit the day before to ask him about martial arts and discuss some other matters. Therefore, Yue learned that although the outside world was calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened, in fact, the news in Qinghe Town was already very intense. In the past few days, Li Hun and Li Jubo had appeared many times to visit the leaders of the various forces in town. They had either threatened or enticed them. With the help of their official positions, they had already set off a huge call to exterminate the bandits. Soon, the news would spread and reach the ears of the ordinary people, and the opportunity would soon arrive. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door of Ziyue's courtyard. It seems that I still have to make this trip, Ziyue thought to himself. Without hesitation, he opened the door. Indeed, the person who appeared outside the door was Ho Linquen's close friend, Steward Su. Last time, Ho Linquen had asked him to return the favor. Originally, he wanted him to deliberately lose in the competition and hand over the outstanding disciple to Lin Ru. Ziyue was naturally unwilling to do such a thing that would destroy his own future. Therefore, he directly rejected the offer. Immediately after, Ho Linquen made another request. In his heart, Ziyue was not the kind of person who would go back on his words and not know how to repay kindness. Moreover, what Steward Su said did not seem too difficult, so he agreed. At this time, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. By Xiaoxia, I'll leave the old master's instructions to you. Steward Su looked at Ziyue and said, Lead the way, Ziyue said calmly. In addition, after this matter, I owe old Mr. Ho a favor. On this point, I hope you can pass a message to old Master Ho. Of course, as long as the item can be successfully delivered, young hero Ba will have repaid the favor from back then. Master will naturally not let you do anything else. Housekeeper soon nodded repeatedly and led the way out. Bai Ziyue followed behind with a calm expression. Following Steward Su, Ziyue soon came to a river. Steward Su whistled softly. Soon, a boat sailed out from under a willow tree not far from the river. On the small boat, there were a few strong boatmen whose faces were tanned from being exposed to the sun. They rowed their oars and directly approached. Suyi, thank you. One of the leaders first greeted Steward Su, then looked at Ziyue and asked hesitantly, Young hero, can you really let us pass the patrol on the river safely? Now, most of the people patrolling on the river are from the Scorching Sun gang, and this man beside me is the disciple of the leader of the Scorching Sun gang. With his guarantee, any goods can be easily sent to the other side. Steward Su said confidently. In that case, I'm relieved. Only then did the leader let out a sigh of relief and said with relief, Wait, I want to ask, are you really only transporting cotton? Suddenly, Baiziwa furrowed his brows and asked. Hearing this, the men's hearts tightened. They looked at each other and then looked at Steward Su. Haha, of course it's cotton, but it's mixed with some illegal salt. Bai Xiaoxia. I think you must know that if it's really just cotton, the master wouldn't have asked you to help escort it. Although the illegal salt is controlled by the government, the profits are high. It's also because it's urgent this time that the master thought of you. Knowing that you're influential, the disciples patrolling on the river don't dare to check your things. Steward Su explained softly without changing his expression. I hope it's not something prohibited by the government. Otherwise, you and I will both be in trouble. Bai Ziyu nodded, as if he had accepted Ho Lin Kuin's explanation. After all, he also knew that the reason Ho Lin Kuin had invited him was definitely because the item he wanted to escort was an official controlled item. Illegal salt was one of the controlled goods. Perhaps there were some other things mixed in, but as long as it wasn't something prohibited by the government, he didn't care too much. Of course, we wouldn't dare to touch something like that, even if we were given the courage. If we catch it, we'll definitely die. Steward Su said hurriedly. Then let's go. With that, Ziuel leaped lightly and crossed the distance of 4 or 5 meters and jumped onto the boat. The crew looked at each other, called out to Steward Su, and hurriedly began to row the boat. In the blink of an eye, the small boat was like a sharp sword that quickly pierced through the river. Half an hour later, the boat appeared on the river. From afar, one could see the bustling scene of people coming and going on the Qinghe River pier. From time to time, there would be boats of various sizes crossing the river. By Xiaoxia, on the river in Qinghe town, other than the water bandits, the people from your scorching sun gang's water hall are the most difficult to deal with. Once we encounter them, we can only be taken advantage of and have to pay a sum of money to pass. Although it's still better than encountering the water bandits, we earn our hard-earned money. After being taken advantage of, we can earn even less. Now that Bai Xiaoxia is here, we can finally gain more. On the boat, the leader said with a face full of emotion. What about the government? I remember that the government also has official boats that patrol the river. If we encounter them, my reputation won't be enough. What should be done will still be done. Ziyue said with a calm face. This time, he also had to bear a certain amount of risk on this trip. Once he was caught by the government officials, his life would not be easy. As for the other party's complaints, Ziyue did not take it to heart. The other party could make a living by relying on the boats. How could they be as kind as the other party said? Bai Ziyue had worked as a waiter in the Pearl restaurant for a period of time, so he had heard a lot of people talking about it. There were a lot of water bandits on the river, and some merchant ships had gone missing or been robbed. Were they really the doing of those famous water bandits? That might not be the case. It was not uncommon for merchant ships to eat each other and kill each other. It could be said that those who walked on the river all year round were bandits. None of them were innocent. This boatman who called himself Chong Lao Air and his subordinates claimed to be honest, but Ziyue could tell from the different depths of the scars on their bodies. The government? The officials usually only patrol the area in the morning. It's already afternoon now. There's definitely not a single patrol boat that belongs to the government on the river. Chong Lao Air said confidently. Nodding silently, Ziyue did not say anything more. Along the way, they did not see a single official boat on the river. But from time to time, there would be disciples of the Scorching Sun Gang's Water Affairs Division patrolling the river. Because Ziyue and the others were on a small boat, even if the disciples of the Internal Affairs Division found them, they did not pay too much attention. Another half an hour passed, and the group of people finally pushed the boat into a place full of reeds. It was enough to hide 3 to 5 small merchant ships without being discovered. Under the control of the boatman, the boat darted around in the reeds, agile and changeable. It took a while for Ziyue to see the light in front of him. Immediately after, he saw a medium-sized merchant ship that could carry dozens of tons of heavy objects docked by the shore. The moment Yue and the others appeared, they heard greetings. "Old Chong, you're back. Chong Lao Air, how was it? Did you pass? Don't worry, this time, I've invited a great master. He'll definitely let us pass the inspection smoothly and deliver the goods. Chong Lao Air quickly responded and called for his men to push the boat to the merchant ship. Someone threw down a rope, and then the few people on the boat climbed up nimbly. Refusing the others' attempts to pull him, Ziwe leaped slightly on the bow of the ship, and then lightly tapped on the merchant ship. He had already jumped onto the big ship. Looking at the merchant ship, including the few from before, there were a total of 30 people on the ship. These people's faces were all tanned after being exposed to the sun. Some of them were dressed in tight clothes, while others were bare-chested. But what was not surprising was that there were some scars on their bodies, old and new, which made them look very strong. At this moment, most of them were sizing up by Ziwe without batting an eyelid. Their gazes contained doubt, hope, and even a trace of indifference. Ziwe was also looking at these people. With just a glance, his heart trembled. These people did not look like proper boatmen, but more like pirates. Real pirates. Looking at the ship again, he saw layers of cotton on the outermost layer. But from his angle, he could see that under the cotton, there were boxes packed with large wooden boards. Obviously, what they were transporting this time was actually the contents of these wooden boxes. And most importantly, the contents of these wooden boxes could not be illicit salt, because the weight of illicit salt was not something that these light wooden boards could bear. Have I boarded a pirate ship? Ziwe could not help but sigh in his heart. Begging for monthly tickets, begging for subscriptions. Best if you can support all of them. Thank you. There are only a few chapters in total. The jump is too serious. Sobbing. Chapter 117. Boss, this is Ziwe, and by Xiaoxia, the disciple of Lu Minju of the Scorching Sun Gang. I heard that he has now become an outstanding disciple of their gang. With him around, we shouldn't encounter any problems on this trip. Chong Lao quickly arrived in front of a burly man and spoke respectfully. Ziwe, the Broken Saber Man, I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're indeed outstanding. The burly man laughed and hurriedly walked over. You're too polite. May I know your name? The moment he saw this burly man, Ziwe's pupils constricted, but he quickly calmed down and asked calmly. He had seen this person before. To be honest, he had a little conflict with him. Although the 5th stage golden body that he had cultivated before was obtained from 6th Lu, it was actually this person's thing. The leader of the water bandits, the water immortal. He never expected that he would be on the same boat as the other party. And from the looks of it, he was going to help the other party suppress the goods? Since when did the water bandits start doing serious business? Suddenly, Ziwe thought of the secret meeting between the water immortal and the disciple of the 5th channel, Zhang Yuchong, that he had accidentally seen some time ago. Could it be that the thing under the cotton was what Zhang Yuchong's so-called Uncle Master needed? My surname is Zhou, and I'm ranked 3rd in the family. You can call me Third Brother Zhou. The water immortal said with a smile. Ziwe nodded and didn't say anything else. By now, he had completely confirmed that he was in a bandit's lair. However, he was still a little hesitant about whether he should make a move or not. After thinking about it, he decided not to make a move. If possible, he didn't want to cause any trouble. No matter what the water immortal wanted to do, as long as she didn't provoke him, he didn't want to pay attention to her. By Xiaoxia. If there are no problems, shall we set off? The water immortal asked. Let's go. Ziwe nodded. Then, he heard some water bandits calling out to the ship to weigh the anchor and set sail. Not long after, the merchant ship left the shore. Its speed gradually increased, like a fish swimming through the reeds. 10 minutes later, the merchant ship appeared on the river. At this time, they could gradually see some ships sailing on the river. There were fishing boats, cargo ships, and small boats used to ferry people across the river. The merchant ship that Ziwe and the others were on did not stand out when it merged into the sea. There's a ship approaching. It's the patrol ship of the Scorching Sun Gang's water haul. By Xiaoxia, it's up to you now. Suddenly, the water immortal spoke. Of course I know what to do. Ziwe said softly. Soon, the patrol ship approached them. So, Bai Shidi is here. Then there's no need to check this ship. I also watched the battle where Bai Shidi defeated Li Yinru. It was really inspiring. Ziyue was standing at the bow of the ship. After the Scorching Sun Gang's patrol ship came over, the people on it soon saw Zhu, who was wearing the regular uniform of an inner sect disciple, and one of them hurriedly said. They all knew that Ziyue had already obtained the status of an outstanding disciple in the sect and was destined to have a bright future. Naturally, they were willing to build a relationship with him. Besides, it was just a matter of convenience. It would be great if they could get a favor from him. Senior Brother Zhu, you're welcome. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Ziyue also had some impression of this person, but he only knew that his surname was Zhu. He couldn't remember his specific name. Then we'll remember it. Don't pretend that we don't know each other when we meet. Senior Brother Zhu was also happy to hear Ziyue call out his surname and hurriedly said with a laugh. Of course not. Ziyue said hurriedly. Okay, let's not waste any more of your time. Let's go. Senior Brother Zhu called out loudly, and the patrol ship they were on immediately rippled away. Very quickly, they moved towards another merchant ship. Bai Xiaoxia is really knowledgeable. If it were just us, we would definitely be blackmailed. The Water Immortal said respectfully. Ziyue glanced at the other water bandits and saw that they were all relaxed after being nervous. He knew that if he hadn't come forward just now, these people would definitely have attacked. He had more guesses about what was under the cotton, but he said, Senior Brother is just giving me face. Next, the merchant ship set sail again. On the way, they encountered a bunch of patrol ships. Ziyue also came forward, and the other party quickly gave them face and let them pass. In this way, more than an hour passed, and the merchant ship gradually approached a sandy area along the coast. Have we arrived? Ziyue looked at the Water Immortal. Immortal Master Zhang, come out. We're here. The Water Immortal didn't answer, but shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a few vigorous figures dashing out from the bushes behind the sand. At the same time, Zhang Yuchang's fat body also appeared from behind. Is everything ready? Zhang Yuchang called out from afar. Of course, 150 crossbows, 100 battle bows, and 10,000 long arrows. Everything is ready. The Water Immortal hurriedly said loudly. As he spoke, his subordinates immediately began to move. They threw away the bags of cotton on the ship, revealing the wooden boxes inside. Bang! 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 The wooden boxes were quickly opened, and the crossbows, battle bows, and long arrows were all revealed. These battle bows and crossbows were all well made. From the tail of the arrow to the body of the bow, there were also production marks. They were real military items. Even though Ziyue had long known that these things must be controlled items, when he really saw these battle bows and crossbows, his face changed a little. Military equipment. Compared with illegal salt, smuggling of military equipment was strictly prohibited by the government. Once caught, they would definitely be severely punished and would be sentenced to capital punishment. He really didn't expect that they were transporting such items. In that case, the identities of these people are about to be revealed. Then, Ziyue looked at the strong men who followed Zhang Yuchang. The Ghost Head Village. They could only be from the Ghost Head Village, because only they needed and only they dared to buy and sell military equipment to deal with the upcoming bandit suppression operation of Li Hun. Besides, what frightened Ziyue even more was that he knew that in fact, the Ghost Head Village seemed to have expected this half a month ago, or even longer. They asked the Water Immortal to prepare in advance and smuggle this batch of military equipment. And that whole Lincoln, thinking of the role the other party played in this operation, Ziyue couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and a trace of killing intent emerged in his heart in an instant. The other party's move really put him in extreme danger. Good. The Water Immortal is indeed a trustworthy person. With a leap, Zhang Yuchang's fat body directly jumped more than 10 meters and landed on a merchant ship. When he saw the things inside, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Everyone, get on the ship and move the things away." "Wait, where's the rest of the silver?" the Water Immortal asked loudly. As soon as he said that, His subordinates all clenched their weapons nervously. Some people even quickly picked up crossbows and inserted long arrows, ready to shoot at any time. Of course, we brought the things. Seeing this, Zhang Yuchang's smile didn't change. Soon, a person carrying a large box quickly jumped onto the ship. Opening the box, under the sunlight, a piece of golden gold was displayed in front of everyone. This is the remaining 500 taels of gold. Zhang Yuchang looked at the water immortal and said with a smile, "Water immortal, you're a little too careful. Since we've already given you the deposit of 500 taels of gold, how can we be greedy for the remaining 500 taels of gold?" Haha, Immortal Master Zhang is right. It's just that I'm used to licking my blade. If I weren't careful, I would have sunk into the river and become fish dung. It's always good to be careful. The water immortal wasn't embarrassed. She laughed, took the box containing 500 taels of gold, and said, "Give them the things." Then, dozens of people from the Ghost Head village quickly jumped onto the merchant ship. Each of them carried one or even two wooden boxes and quickly jumped off the ship. They were martial artists and had great strength. Even if the wooden box was filled with arrows, it would at most weigh 100 or 200 pounds. It was nothing. They walked as if they were flying. Soon, the group of people headed toward the mountain forest in the distance. That seemed to be the direction of the Ghost Head village. By the way, how should I address this little brother beside me? Seeing that the transaction was going smoothly, Zhang Yuchang seemed to have just noticed Ziyue and asked, "Haha, Immortal Master Zhang, you still don't know, right? This is Ziyue by Xiaoxia, the disciple of Lu Dong, the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang in Qinghe Town." After receiving the silver, the water immortal seemed to be in a good mood and said with a laugh, "Ziyue, the broken saber man, I'm sorry for the disrespect." Zhang Yuchang said with a slightly moved expression on his face, "Senior brother Zhang, you must be forgetful. We've met once 3 years ago." Ziyue replied calmly, "Really? Now that you mention it, I do have some impression of you. It's just that Bai Xiaoxia's appearance has changed a lot, so it's normal that you can't recognize him." Zhang Yuchang smiled and continued, "Recently, I lost something in Qinghe Town. As the disciple of the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang, Bai Shidi must have great appeal, even better than the government. I wonder if you can find it for me? Is there such a thing? I don't know what you lost, senior brother. I don't dare to compare myself to the government, but I'll do my best to help." Ziyue also said hurriedly. The water immortal on the side was a little confused by their brotherly behavior. "It's a corpse that has been with me for more than 10 years, spent a lot of effort, invested a lot of money, and even abandoned the progress of my cultivation for this. Junior brother, do you remember it?" Zhang Yuchang still had an affectionate look on his face, but his voice gradually became a little low. Chapter 118. As for the corpse, it's not easy to find. Maybe it's rotten, maybe it was burned, or maybe it ran away on its own. Who knows? Ziyue's expression remained the same, but his voice became calmer. In fact, the moment he saw Zhang Yuchang, Ziyue noticed that there was something wrong with the way the other party looked at him. Although he quickly looked away and began to talk to the water immortal, Ziyue already had an ominous premonition, and his heart was secretly in his throat. After that, when the other party mentioned that he had lost something, Bai Ziyue thought to himself that it was as expected. Just like how he knew that the refined corpse in the graveyard of Qinghe Town belonged to Zhang Yuchang. The other party also knew that he was the one who killed the refined corpse. Therefore, Ziyue knew in his heart that it would probably be difficult for him to get away with it this time. It seems that Bai Shidi doesn't intend to admit it. Zhang Yuchang's face turned completely cold, and he didn't intend to pretend to be polite anymore. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? The water immortal on the side also saw that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Having completed the deal, he naturally didn't want to cause any more trouble. There's no misunderstanding. As Zhang Yuchang spoke, he saw that all the ordnance had been moved away by the people of the Ghost Head village. He shouted in a low voice, "Attack!" In an instant, the people of the Ghost Head village quickly rushed up again and began to attack the people on the water immortal's side. At this moment, the moment Zhang Yuchang spoke, he immediately flew back. At the same time, a small sword shot out like a bolt of lightning and rushed directly to the water immortal. Ew. The water immortal was furious. Before she could react, the small sword pierced her head. Dong! With a loud bang, the box full of gold in his hand suddenly fell, and gold ingots scattered on the deck of the ship. The water immortal, who was a little famous nearby, also died. We are mountain bandits, and you are water bandits. We are all born to rob. When have you ever seen us do business properly? A man from the Ghost Head stronghold held a saber in one hand. With a sinister laugh, he directly chopped a water bandit who couldn't react in time into two. The others also quickly attacked the water bandits. Under the surprise attack, other than a few people who remained vigilant, most of the water bandits were hit. Oomph! Ziyue coldly snorted. His saber quickly slashed and sent a Ghost Head stronghold bandit near him flying. Then his figure flashed and instantly crossed the distance of 5 or 6 meters. He stood on the bow of the ship, and without any hesitation, he directly flew towards the land. Do you think you can still escape after killing my refined corpse? A cold voice sounded. Then, the small sword once again turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards you. Ziyue didn't answer. Unknowingly, a transparent shield appeared on his back. Spell Divine Light Shield. Ding! The small sword vibrated and clashed against the shield. It only made the Divine Light Shield tremble slightly before returning without any effect. At this time, Ziyue naturally didn't have any scruples and directly displayed his spells. The Divine Light Shield at the perfect level already had extremely strong defensive power. Even a powerful, refined corpse from before couldn't break it in one go. Judging from the spiritual power fluctuations of this small sword, it was similar to his golden thread saber. Naturally, it couldn't break it. Then, Ziyue's figure flashed and directly crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters. Cloud step. Whoosh. In midair, Ziyue's eyes were cold. Unknowingly, a ball of orange flame appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, the flame was shot out by him and directly landed on the wooden boxes that had just been moved off the merchant ship. Spell, Spirit Fire Spell. Boom! The flames exploded and the wooden boxes shattered. The scorching flames constantly destroyed and calcined the battle bows and crossbows in the wooden boxes. Ziyue was never a person who only suffered losses and didn't know how to take revenge. Quick, extinguish the fire. A bandit's face changed greatly. He hurriedly rushed to the wooden boxes and used his long saber to slap them. However, the Spirit Fire spell relied on spiritual power to burn. Relying only on the long saber in his hand, not only was he unable to extinguish the flames, but the saber was quickly contaminated by the Spirit Fire. Then it was burned red and bent. You're courting death. Zhang Yuchang was furious. A cloth banner suddenly appeared in his hand. The cloth banner swayed with spiritual light. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have darkened a bit. A thick Yin-Chi invaded. Immediately, more than 10 Yin spirits quickly rushed out. These Yin spirits all had corporeal bodies and sinister expressions. They were like the world's most terrifying evil spirits that had descended to the human world. Among them, 3 to 5 Yin spirits directly pounced on the battle bows and arrows. Under the attack of the strong Yin-Chi, they finally gradually extinguished the Spirit Fire. However, at least 10 of the 20 boxes had already been burned beyond recognition. More than half of the crossbows and arrows had been destroyed. Quick, send some people to transport these things back. As Zhang Yuchang spoke, he stretched out his hand again. The small sword once again turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Ziyue. Yes, a low shout rang out. Soon, a dozen or so bandits looked at the ghost with reverence. They quickly picked up the wooden boxes that were still in good condition and quickly fled into the distance. As for the battle on the other side, it was gradually coming to an end. The Ghost Head Village's side was originally a surprise attack. In addition, the head of the water bandits, the water immortal, was killed by Zhang Yuchang at the first moment. Naturally, their morale was greatly reduced. Except for a few who relied on their good swimming skills and directly jumped off the boat to escape from the water, all of them had been killed. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Looking at the small sword that shot over again, Ziyue's expression didn't change. His spiritual power quickly surged. In an instant, a small golden saber shot out from his waist. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it directly met the small sword. At the same time, he grabbed his back. Immediately, he grabbed a bamboo tube in his hand. Quickly opening the bamboo tube, Ziyue immediately pulled out a scroll from it. It was the 24 restriction magic artifact, the Eagle Swordsman painting. For this operation, Ziyue was more careful. Naturally, he had to carry all the means to fight the enemy with him. Therefore, even though it was inconvenient to carry this scroll, he specially wrapped it in a bamboo tube and carried it on his back with a silk thread. Unfolding the scroll, Ziyue slightly tapped on it. Whoosh! The violent sound of wind surged. Whoosh! Immediately after, a loud eagle cry resounded through the void. The eagle had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Its body was huge and majestic. Its eyes were like lightning, and its beak was like a hook. Its long and sharp claws could even split mountains and rocks. They were sharp as diamond. With a flap of its wings, the eagle turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed directly to Ain's spirit. Its sharp beak pecked fiercely. Poof! It was like pecking a watermelon. The almost solid Ain's spirit immediately collapsed. Even though it quickly reformed, its aura was unavoidably much weaker than before. However, Zhang Yuchang had released a large number of Ain's spirits. Very quickly, 4 or 5 Ain's spirits directly pounced on the eagle and wantonly attacked it. Under the eerie ghost chi, they were ruthless and fierce. The remaining Ain's spirits rushed towards Ziyue without hesitation. All kinds of ghostly dharma, ghost-hitting wall, charm technique, intimidation, ghost claw were constantly used. In response, Ziyue's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and tapped on the scroll. Whoosh! Immediately after, another eagle turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed directly toward those ghosts. At the same time, silently, a swordsman with a pitch-black body and a sword case on his back appeared beside Ziyue. His face could not be seen clearly. Kill! Ziyue shouted softly. The swordsman quickly drew out the long sword in his hand. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Ain's spirit was directly cut in two. After a full 3 to 4 breaths of time, the Ain's soul finally condensed again. However, the reformed Ain's spirit was many times weaker than before. Whoosh! With another swing of the sword, the swordsman cut another Ain's spirit in two. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the swordsman had already broken through the obstruction of the Ain's spirits. He did not stop at all and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Quick, stop him! Zhang Yuchang's expression changed instantly. As he retreated, he hurriedly cast a dharma spell. A black-green light quickly condensed and then shot toward the swordsman. At the same time, he hurriedly controlled the small sword that flew backward after colliding with Ziyue's golden thread saber and quickly shot toward the swordsman. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of sword light flashed quickly. Even the dharma spell was cut in two and lost its power. As for the small sword, it was also quickly sent flying by the swordsman's sword light. However, taking advantage of this time, Zhang Yuchang quickly retreated and came to the back of several ghost head stronghold. With a gloomy face, he looked at the swordsman who suddenly appeared and Ziyue, who was behind the swordsman, with a calm look. Even though he already knew that Ziyue's means were extraordinary, after all, he was able to kill his refined corpse. In his heart, he had some plans. However, he never thought that the other party's means would be so powerful, especially the strength of the other party's immortal techniques. The spiritual flame technique and the divine light shield were far beyond his knowledge of these 2 dharma spells. Greater mastery or perfection. He did not dare to believe that someone could optimize dharma spells to such an extent. Most importantly, the scroll dharma artifact in the other party's hand. At the same time, a trace of passion flashed in his eyes. A summoning dharma artifact. He did not expect that the other party would have a summoning Dharma artifact. Most importantly, the grade of this Dharma artifact was not low. Even if it was not at the level of a middle-grade Dharma artifact, it was definitely at the top of the low-grade Dharma artifacts. The two Eagles' combat power was not inferior to that of an ordinary internal refinement warrior. In addition, the swordsman's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. Even a peak internal refinement warrior would have a headache when facing him. The combination of the three of them was far more threatening than his refined corpse. If he had such a Dharma artifact in hand, why would he have to spend more than 10 years working so hard with corpse? Chapter 119. Kill. With a shout, the swordsman's sword light flashed again. A bandit from the Ghost Head stronghold was about to raise his saber when he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. His heart had been pierced. Whoosh! The swordsman's figure flashed past and dodged the attack of a bandit. When he appeared again, he was already at the bandit's side. With a slash of his sword, a head flew into the sky. Like chopping vegetables with a knife, the swordsman killed one person with every step he took. No matter if it was a ghost or a bandit, nothing could stop him in the slightest. By shitty, your summoning Dharma artifact is indeed powerful, but its limitations are also very obvious. I like to see how much spiritual power they have left after they explode. Zhang Yuchang sneered and stretched out his hand in front of him. In an instant, withered vines suddenly emerged from the ground and rushed out quickly, directly wrapping the swordsman. Spell Withered Vine Entanglement. He knew that although summoning spells were powerful, there was also a fatal limitation. That was, the amount of spiritual power they consumed was fixed. As long as he could exhaust the spiritual power of the summoning swordsman as soon as possible, they would naturally be no threat. Is that so? Ziyue's expression did not change, but his figure had already flashed repeatedly. With a slash of his saber, a ghost that had just condensed was shattered again. Ziyue's figure stretched out, and his feet moved continuously as if they were weightless. However, when he stepped on the ground, there was always a force pushing him, and there was always a rumbling sound. Then, his figure shot out like a spring. Cloud step! In the blink of an eye, Ziyue had already rushed in front of Zhang Yuchang like the swordsman, although Ziyue had shown all kinds of immortal methods before. Don't forget, he was also a martial artist. Although he was not as fierce as the swordsman, he was as fast as lightning, and he could kill people with one step and one sword. However, his strength was not weak either. He had already reached the pinnacle of external forging and had begun internal forging. His aura was wild, and rich blood chi surged out like smoke signals, stirring up the air and causing it to emit a rolling sound. A bandit rushed over. Compared to the murderous swordsman, he obviously thought that Ziyue was easier to deal with. Chopping blade technique. Ziyue's eyes were cold, and the blade immediately rolled. Boom! With a slash of the saber, a terrifying force descended. Puff! The bandit's long saber was knocked to the ground. At the same time, Ziyue's long saber seemed to have destroyed everything in its path and cut the bandit's body into two halves. In terms of strength, even martial artists at the internal refinement level were rarely his match. With the burst of strength and the perfection of the chopping blade art, his attack power was no weaker than some martial artists at the late stage of internal refinement. It was even superior. How could an ordinary bandit who was only at the outer forging tendons and bones block him? On the other side, the swordsman also unleashed a shocking sword attack. His body was like a whirlpool, cutting off all the withered vines. However, at the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was finally exhausted. He directly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the spot. The swordsman had attacked continuously from a moment he appeared. Sword after sword, he destroyed all the enemies in front of him. This method was naturally very powerful, but the spiritual energy it consumed was also extremely terrifying. The 800 rays of spiritual energy stored in his body were also exhausted under the attack of sword after sword. As expected, without the summoned creature, Let's see how you are my match." Seeing this, Zhang Yuchang was overjoyed and hurriedly attacked again. Magic, spiritual light, shield. Magic, spiritual flame technique. Naturally, he had mastered these two most basic magic techniques. Even if his attainments were not at the level of perfection like Ziyue's, he was still able to cultivate them to the small success level and was able to use them in an instant. "You're not the only one who knows magic." A cold light flashed in Ziyue's eyes, and an orange-red flame whistled out. Spiritual flame technique. It was the same spiritual flame technique, but the magic that Ziyue used far surpassed the magic that Zhang Yuchang used, no matter if it was the pressure or the compressed power within it. Boom! In almost an instant, the two spiritual flame techniques collided. However, Zhang Yuchang's spirit flame technique was extinguished in an instant. As for Bai Ziyue's spirit flame technique, its power did not decrease in the slightest. It directly collided with the spirit light shield. Poof! The spiritual light shield trembled slightly and instantly shattered. The flames with a whoosh were about to land on Zhang Yuchang's body. Seeing this, Zhang Yuchang's expression changed drastically. He did not care about the consumption of spiritual energy in his body and continuously poured it into the cloth banner in his hand. At that instant, the banner shuddered violently as streams of extremely strong yin qi burst out from it. The flames of the spiritual flame technique were continuously washed away by the yin qi and gradually weakened until they were completely extinguished. Even at this time, the dense yin qi still did not stop flowing out. Under the continuous influx of spiritual energy from Zhang Yuchang, the dense yin qi instantly spread out and enveloped the surrounding 10 meters. In this dense fog of yin qi, Liu instantly felt waves of strange fluctuations directly invading his mind. Everything around him could not be seen clearly, only threads of strange yin qi continuously invading his mind. Furthermore, even the direction was difficult to discern. His heart trembled, but Ziyue's expression did not change. His mental energy surged and quickly condensed runes in his mind. In the instant that the spiritual energy in his body was drawn and poured into the runes, Ziyue's eyes immediately flashed with a ray of light. The scene that was originally obscured by the dense fog of yin qi became incomparably clear in an instant. Furthermore, almost immediately, Ziyue discovered Zhang Yuchang's figure. At this time, he was rapidly recalling the magic tool Small Sword and was about to activate it again. It was the spiritual eye technique. Even if Ziyue had not been able to cultivate the spiritual eye technique, the use of this technique at this time had already played a crucial role. Seeing Zhang Yuchang's figure, how could Ziyue hesitate? His figure paused, and the ground suddenly exploded. Sand and gravel splattered everywhere. Ziyue's body was like a sharp sword, directly dashing out. With a wave of the blade light, it seemed to be able to cut through the endless fog. "You can see clearly?" Zhang Yuchang was horrified and wanted to quickly retreat. However, it was too late. The blade light whistled and quickly chopped down. At the beginning, this blade made an explosive sound of the air being torn apart. However, when it was about to land, the sound gradually weakened. Chopping blade technique. At this time, Ziyue was still using the chopping blade technique, but unknowingly, he had integrated some of the uses of the traceless blade into it. At the same time that the sound disappeared, the force also became more restrained. It was the same chopping blade art, but its might was stronger than before. Puff! When the blade entered the flesh, the sound of the blade light chopping down almost disappeared. Only the muffled sound of flesh and blood being separated could be heard clearly. Zhang Yuchang dead. Looking at the figure of his opponent who had fallen to the ground and been chopped in two, Ziyue could not help but let out a long howl. His gaze instantly fell on the other people of the Ghost Head stronghold. At this moment, except for the dozen or so bandits of the Ghost Head stronghold who had transported the crossbows earlier, there were only 5 people left. They were looking at the fog surrounding Na in surprise. Until Ziyue's howl sounded, their faces suddenly changed. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Just as they were about to take action, a figure rushed out like lightning. The blade light was continuously chopped, forming a screen of blades like a barrier. The screen of blades swept across, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A minute later, Ziyue's figure stood still on the beach. Behind him, the dense fog of energy was slowly dissipating, and the ground was littered with corpses. Not a single person was still alive. As for the two eagle, not long after tearing all the spirits into pieces, they had also dissipated due to the exhaustion of their spiritual energy. Victory! Ziyue panted lightly, and could not help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. In the beginning, when facing Zhang Yuchang and the numerous people of the Ghost Head stronghold, Ziyue actually did not have much confidence. Therefore, at the first moment, he thought of escaping. However, when Zhang Yuchang shouted that he could not escape, and when he thought about Zhang Yuchang's method of allowing his fat body to walk in the air and cover more than 10 meters in a flash, he had to admit that it was true. In terms of speed, he really could not compete with the other party. Once he wanted to escape, there was really a possibility that he could not escape. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly counterattacked. The result was needless to say. Of course, this is also because Zhang Yuchang's refined corpse was already killed by me in advance. Otherwise, with his strength and the numerous bandits of the Ghost Head stronghold, the result would be hard to say. Although Ziyue had won, he was not arrogant. He knew that Zhang Yuchang's strength was actually extremely strong. However, his magical artifacts and celestial spells were not any weaker than the old elementary scholars. In addition to the refined corpse that he had killed, the old scholar could not use the Thunderfall technique, and he would also have a grievance. However, through this battle, I have finally verified the power of the Dharma artifact in my hands. The two eagles should be slightly stronger than an ordinary internal refinement warrior, but not by much. The two of them together should be able to deal with an intermediate internal refinement warrior. As for the swordsman, his strength has reached the late stage of internal refinement. He should be slightly weaker than the chief of the gang, who is at the peak of internal refinement. If I control the two eagle and the swordsman to attack together, they should be able to block the peak of internal refinement warrior for a period of time. Therefore, this Dharma artifact is actually equivalent to giving me the combat power of a peak internal refinement warrior. Ziyue looked at the picture scroll in his hands again and could not help but reveal a trace of excitement on his face. Although he had previously tried his best to overestimate this Dharma artifact, after all, it was a 24 restriction Dharma artifact. However, he had never imagined that this Dharma artifact would be so powerful. Of course, Ziyue naturally knew that this Dharma artifact also had a natural drawback. That was, this Dharma artifact had an upper limit to its power. It was not like other Dharma artifacts that could explode with greater power as the cultivator's strength increased. It could now display the power of the peak of internal refinement. In the future, it would still be at the peak of internal refinement and could not be improved. However, Ziyue did not care too much about this point. He believed that when that time came, he would naturally have better things on him. In short, he was very satisfied with this Dharma artifact. Chapter 120. Next, it's time to harvest. Ziyue thought to himself and didn't hesitate to reach into Zhang Yuchang's body. Soon, a cloth banner and a large money bag appeared in his hand. Then he picked up the small sword magic artifact, not far from Zhang Yuchang's body. Of these two magic artifacts, the small sword was fine. Ziyue only took a brief look and confirmed that it was the same as his golden thread saber. They were both 15 restriction magic artifacts, which overlapped with him. However, the power of the cloth banner was much more terrifying. 24 restriction magic artifacts. This cloth banner is also a 24 restriction magic artifact. It's an attribute magic artifact that can gather ghosts and control them to fight against the enemy. However, Now that all the Yin souls within it have been destroyed, most of the originally dense Yin Qi has also dissipated in the previous battle, causing its power to be greatly reduced. Only by recollecting the Yin Qi and condensing Yin souls and ghosts can it once again display its power. As Baizu thought to himself, he carefully put it away. In terms of grade, this magic artifact was equal to the eagle swordsman painting in his hand, so he naturally valued it. Then, Ziyue jumped up and jumped back onto the big ship. On the bow of the ship, corpses were strewn all over the place. However, there were also glittering ingots of gold that were rolling around the ship. It was the 500 taels of gold that the Ghost Head village originally wanted to trade with the Water Immortal. Obviously, in the previous transaction, Zhang Yuchang and the others didn't think of a normal transaction at all. They just took out a box of gold to win the Water Immortal's trust. After the incident, Zhang Yuchang stabbed the Water Immortal to death to prevent him from taking the gold away. Unexpectedly, it was him who benefited in the end. He gathered all the gold and slammed it back into the box. Ziyue frowned slightly. The total amount of gold collected was not more than 500 taels, but only about 370 taels. Obviously, during the battle, someone also took the opportunity to pick up some. Among them should be the few water bandits who had escaped, as well as the people from Ghost Head Stronghold who had left first with the boxes of crossbows and arrows. As expected, Ziyue once again searched through the corpses of the water bandits and mountain bandits. The amount of gold had reached 420 taels. In addition, there were 1 or 2 extraordinary weapons, as well as some relatively valuable jade stones, pills, and other items, which were all put away by him. As for the weapons left behind by the water and mountain bandits, there would be a huge pile of them when gathered together. Moreover, they were all standard weapons that were not very valuable, so he could only choose to abandon them. I have to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the people from the Ghost Head Stronghold return, it will be troublesome. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Ziyue calmed himself down and carried the box of gold away. He wasn't afraid of ordinary bandits. However, there was no lack of experts in the Ghost Head Stronghold. After the battle ended, he noticed that some people from the Ghost Head Stronghold were spying on him from afar. During this period of time, some people must have returned to the Ghost Head Stronghold and called for help. Naturally, he did not want to complicate matters. Ziyue identified the direction, turned his feet, and quickly left as if he was flying. Half an hour later, after confirming that he was far away from the battlefield and that there was no one following him, Ziyue let out a sigh of relief and began to slow down. Other than the money, the biggest benefit for me is the amount of spiritual energy. Only now did Ziyue have the leisure to look at his status panel. Instantly, a row of data appeared in front of him. Name, Ziyue Strength, 19, cannot be improved. Speed, 17, cannot be improved. Physique, 20, cannot be improved. Mind, 9, cannot be improved. Spiritual power, 1354, can be improved. Martial arts, indestructible Vajra, perfect. Vajra glaze body, cannot be improved. Martial arts, 18 consecutive strikes, perfect. Straight punch, perfect. Chopping blade technique, complete. Cloud leap, perfect. Lancet blade technique, can be improved. Heaven binding hands, can be improved. Traceless blade, cannot be improved. Heart-piercing hammer technique, cannot be improved. Immortal technique, purple chi visualization technique, level 3. Talisman technique, perfect. Magic, fire spirit technique, perfect. Divine light shield, perfect. Grudge cleansing technique, can be improved. Spirit eye technique, cannot be improved. Thunderfall technique, cannot be improved. Spiritual energy, 30644 inch. My spiritual energy has increased by more than 18,000 points, almost 20,000 points. This is the first time my spiritual energy has exceeded 30,000 points. Ziyue took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a trace of excitement. 30,000 points of spiritual energy was indeed the first time he had reached such a number after obtaining the status panel. Such a sufficient amount of spiritual energy was enough to allow his strength to increase tremendously. If he could cultivate the Vajra glaze body to the beginner level, he believed that he would be able to improve it to the perfect level. The perfect level of the Vajra glaze body was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of internal refinement. It's a pity that I haven't reached the beginner level of the Vajra glaze body. Even if I want to improve it, I can only wait. However, with such a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, I can also improve in other aspects. Ziyue's gaze immediately turned to the immortal technique, Purple Chi Visualization Technique. Ziyue had only obtained the first volume of this immortal technique. It could only allow him to cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refinement before there was no further progress. Now, he had already improved it to the 3rd level. It wasn't that he didn't want to improve it, but that the amount of spiritual energy required to improve this immortal technique had far exceeded his previous limit. Now that he had sufficient spiritual energy, he finally decided to improve this immortal technique. Consumed 11,522 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Purple Chi Visualization Technique to the 4th level. Upgrade. Slightly gritting his teeth, Ziyue chose to upgrade it. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his understanding and comprehension of the Purple Chi Visualization Technique had increased by a large margin. It was as if he had gone through countless days and nights of cultivation. The dantian in his body was expanding, and wisps of spiritual energy were instantly produced. In the blink of an eye, the amount of spiritual energy in his body had increased from the original 1,000 wisps to 3,000 wisps. 3,000 wisps of spiritual energy made Ziyue himself feel a sense of fullness. Unknowingly, there was a slight change in his body, as if he had become more refined. However, very quickly, Ziyue's qi and blood surged. Under the layers of qi and blood, this refined aura was once again concealed. At a glance, outsiders would only think that he was a martial artist. They wouldn't guess that he was also a cultivator of the immortal technique. The 4th level of the Purple Chi Visualization Technique has finally made the spiritual energy in my body more abundant. I also have enough spiritual energy to directly fill up the Eagle Swordsman portrait in one go. Previously, Ziyue only had a little more than 1,300 points of spiritual energy in his body. If he wanted to fill up the 24 restriction magic artifact, the Eagle Swordsman portrait, he could only do it twice. Now, he only needed to do it once. Moreover, during a battle, even if the eagle and swordsman he summoned dissipated due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, he would still have enough energy to summon them again. This would also greatly increase his combat strength. Most importantly, my mind power has also increased by a large margin. It has reached 12 points. Ziyue looked at the attribute panel and saw that his mental strength attribute had increased from 9 points to 12 points. His mind had also become clearer. His observation skills, memory, and sense of danger had all increased by a large margin. Consumed 24,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Purple Chi Visualization Technique to the 5th level. After checking the amount of spiritual energy required to upgrade the Purple Chi Visualization Technique to the 5th level again, Ziyue decisively chose not to upgrade it. Not to mention that his spiritual energy was already insufficient. Even if he had sufficient spiritual energy, he would still be very careful when making his choice. The consumption of 24,000 points of spiritual energy was not a small number. Consumed 891 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Heaven Binding Hands to the Small Mastery. Upgrade. Consumed 2,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Heaven Binding Hands to the Great Mastery. Upgrade. Consumed 4,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Heaven Binding Hands to the Great Mastery. Upgrade. Feeling that he still had a lot of spiritual energy, Ziyue thought for a moment and upgraded the Heaven Binding Hands to the Great Mastery. Instantly, many insights surfaced in his mind, allowing him to completely master this martial skill. At this moment, his understanding of the heaven-binding hands had even surpassed his master and had truly reached the great mastery realm. In his hands, the various transformations of the heaven-binding hands and the various uses of force could be easily grasped without any stagnation. Consumed 789 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the grudge cleansing technique to the small mastery. Upgrade. After thinking for a moment, Ziyue upgraded the grudge cleansing technique to the small mastery level. The small mastery level of the grudge cleansing technique immediately allowed his understanding and application of this technique to rise to a new level. He quickly visualized the runes in his mind. In an instant, several runes formed and the spiritual energy in his body surged. A green light instantly radiated out and landed on his body. Like a cool breeze, Ziyue's murderous aura, resentment, blood, and many other negative things that were originally entrenched in his body due to killing many people were all eliminated layer by layer. Furthermore, when this technique landed on his body, it seemed to have strengthened his soul, causing his state of mind to become more peaceful. This technique actually had the effect of improving one's state of mind. With this, my spiritual energy is only left with a little over 10,000 points. Ziyue looked at the amount of spiritual energy he had and ultimately resisted the idea of upgrading it. He upgraded the heaven-binding hands because he knew that this martial skill was rather powerful and had a huge effect on his strength. He upgraded the grudge cleansing technique because he felt that the resentment and death aura on his body were rather dense. It was difficult to eliminate it all at once by relying on the small mastery level of the grudge cleansing technique. Once he entered Qinghe Town, it would be easy for others to see through him. Therefore, he upgraded the grudge cleansing technique to the next level. As for the other techniques, they either couldn't be upgraded because they hadn't reached the small mastery level, or they wouldn't be of much help to his strength after being upgraded. Naturally, he wasn't willing to waste his spiritual energy on this. Chapter 121. As far as he was concerned, it was more appropriate for him to save the soul energy to improve his Vajra glass body. With this thought in mind, Ziyue did not stop and continued on his way. But soon, Ziyue's footsteps gradually stopped and his eyes flickered. Bai Ziyue had come on this trip to escort the goods to return Ho Linkuan's favor. However, everything that happened after that made him feel a chill in his heart. If I was just an ordinary warrior, I really wouldn't have been able to come back this time. Even if I hadn't killed Zhang Yuchang to refine the corpse, since the Ghost Head stronghold had decided to tear up the deal, they would never have let me come back. Then, what role did Ho Linkuan play in this matter? Ziyue thought in his heart, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually thickened. He knew that Ho Linkuan and his housekeeper were definitely aware of this deal. And knowing that this operation was so dangerous, the other party had deliberately concealed it and let him be involved. Their purpose was somewhat thought-provoking. Ziyue did not choose to return to the city directly. He knew that Ho Linkuan must have already sent people to guard the city gate to see if he had returned safely. They must have even sent people to observe the waterways and the river surface. Once he returned safely, the other party would not do anything to harm him. However, they would definitely have follow-up measures to dispel his suspicions. They might even use this as a pretext to threaten him and drag him into the water to help the other party. In terms of tricks, even if Ziyue was far more mature than his peers, he was far from being a match for a sly old fox like Ho Linkuan. However, Ziyue had never thought of feigning civility with the other party. Since the other party dared to scheme against him, they naturally had to bear the consequences of their scheme failing. Therefore, Ziyue simply decided not to enter the city first. Instead of putting himself in the open and facing the other party's schemes, it was better to hide in the dark, which would be more convenient for him to act. Night gradually fell. Perhaps the commoners felt that the recent atmosphere was a little strange, and the flow of people in and out of the city gate was much less than usual. Seeing that the time had come, and there were no traces of pedestrians on either side of the city gate, an officer called out, and two officers immediately closed the city gate slowly, latched the door, and officially closed it. Seeing that the city gate was completely closed, the officers gradually left. In the corner behind a stone block, a figure was limping quickly into the city. However, they didn't notice that a huge eagle had appeared in the sky at some point in time. The eagle circled in the air for a moment, and like a bolt of lightning, it rushed through the city gate and entered the depths of Town. Are you sure that Bai Ziyu didn't return until the city gates closed? In Ho Lin Kuan's residence, old, and was the housekeeper's question. Yes, he was the housekeeper, was if he now was not. I'm sure that he is not back yet. Below, Sun Nong said in a confident tone. Okay, I got it. You may leave. Above, old Mr. Ho nodded and said calmly. I think you know what to say and what not to say. You don't need me to teach you, do you? Steward Su, who was beside him, warned him repeatedly, his eyes full of coldness. Yes, I understand. I don't know anything. Sun Nong had a hunch that something was going to happen. His heart trembled, and he nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Sun Nong had left, Ho Lin Kuan said with a smile, Sun Nong has no other ability, and he is very timid. However, he is also very tight-lipped. He will not care about anything that has nothing to do with him. Don't worry. Even if he finds out something, he will not dare to say it out loud. Not to mention that he has not found anything yet. Master, of course I know his personality. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked him to keep an eye on them. However, Steward Su paused for a moment before continuing. Since Ziyu didn't come back from the city gate, and someone reported that they didn't see any traces of him on the waterway, then their trip may be wait a little longer. Ho Lin Kuan said in a deep voice. Therefore, the scene quieted down again, and Steward Su also left. About an hour later, Steward Su appeared in the room again and said anxiously, I just received news that the village of the Reed Marsh has been razed to the ground. The flames started and haven't been extinguished yet. In addition, after the Water Immortal and the others went out, they never returned. I reckon that they are probably dead. In this case, it seems that Ziyu won't be able to escape this calamity. Really? As expected of the Ghost Head village. They are ruthless. This time, they came to me. Fortunately, I pushed the blame to the Water Immortal. Otherwise, we would all have been implicated. As for that Ziyu, I can only say that he is unlucky. If he were still alive, I would have taken advantage of this matter to take him under my wing and use him as a sharp knife. Ho Lin Kuan said with a trace of regret in his tone, but he also seemed to be relieved. There was a carefree expression on his face, as if he could control life and death. That's because he didn't have the fortune. Besides, if he hadn't refused the master's order, how could he have ended up like this? It's just that he lost the identity of an outstanding disciple, but at least he could still be alive. It's not like the master didn't give him any benefits. Now, not only is he dead, his identity will probably fall on young Masterly in the end. How sad. Steward Su hurriedly flattered him, looking very regretful. Humph, you haven't done much for me, and you want to jump out of my control. How can it be such a good thing? This is good. You can report to the Left Protector tomorrow that Ziyu is dead. I think he will be very happy to hear the news. Ho Lin Kuan ordered. Is that so? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Who is it? Steward Su's face changed drastically, and he stood up in an instant. Ho Lin Kuan's somewhat aged body also trembled, and his expression became unsightly. Ziyu, you're not dead? Looking at the figure walking in step by step, Steward Su's face was full of disbelief. You're really surprised to see that I'm fine. Ziyu shook his head and said with emotion. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered Ho Lin Kuan's mansion, he would happen to hear their conversation, which solved all the doubts in his heart. This is not an accident, it's a surprise. We didn't expect that such a big change would happen in this normal transaction. For this reason, we specially sent people to guard the city gate and the river. Now that we see you come back safely, of course we're happy. Come, it's still early. I'll ask someone to prepare a table of good dishes to welcome you back. Ho Lin Kuan, after all, had been through storms and waves, quickly calmed down and spoke quickly. His old face was full of sincerity. What a sharp tongue you have. You can even turn black into white. Ziyue sneered and said, I, am not the kind of person who doesn't care about old feelings. When I was insignificant, I did owe old Mr. Ho a favor. I'm willing to return the favor. It's a pity that my kindness is regarded as ill intent. What are you going to do? Ho Linquin's heart sank. He suddenly knew that their conversation had been heard by Ziyue, so he no longer quibbled and said sternly, Ziyue, I advise you not to act rashly. Have you thought about the consequences of making a move in the town? Moreover, with your strength, do you really think you can get away with it? You don't think that I'm just an ordinary steward, do you? Steward Su's tone was cold and threatening. As he spoke, he released his aura, and his momentum soared. The rich power of qi and blood was revealed, far surpassing that of a martial artist at the peak of outer forging. He was in the internal refining realm, and he was not a martial artist who had just entered the realm like Zhang Bo. He had already completed the training of his 5 viscera and was beginning to temper his 6 viscera. Is that so? But you're underestimating me, Ziyue. Ziyue's expression did not change. A cloth banner suddenly appeared in his hand, and he waved it slightly. In the blink of an eye, a rich Yin energy spread out and enveloped the entire hall. What's this? What's going on? Steward Su's panicked voice rang out. Under the encirclement of the Yin Qi, his eyes could not see anything. He was horrified to find that even his power of qi and blood was gradually being worn down by the turbulent Yin Qi. Magic weapon. Is this a magic weapon? Ho Linquin's calm expression changed in an instant. He became extremely panicked and terrified. Since Bai Ziyue was in possession of a dermic artifact, his identity was obvious. He was a cultivator of the way of immortality. Ziyue was actually a cultivator of the way of immortality? It seems that you're quite knowledgeable. Under the encirclement of Yin Qi, I can't see anything or make a sound. It won't attract anyone's attention, so I can send you on your way. Bai Ziyue said slowly. Then he reached behind his back and took out a scroll. Aren't you afraid of being found out? Many people have seen you enter and leave my mansion before. Ho Linquin's expression changed. As he spoke, he quickly fumbled around. He quickly picked up a pipe pot and carefully judged Ziyue's position. No one will find out because I'm not going to enter the city until tomorrow. As Bai Ziyue spoke, he stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the painting. A light flashed on the scroll, and then a swordsman with a blurry face and a sword case on his back suddenly appeared. As soon as the swordsman appeared, he disappeared on the spot like a flash of lightning. At this moment, Ho Linquin's eyes hardened. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the pipe pot, and an extremely small golden needle suddenly shot out. Chapter 122. Hidden Weapon. Ho Linquin was not proficient in martial arts, so he had spent a lot of effort on other aspects. He had asked a skilled craftsman to make this concealed weapon for him to use as a form of self-defense. However, as soon as the golden needle shot out, a ray of sword light descended. With a swoosh and a flash of light, the golden needle broke. Immediately after, the sword light flashed again. Steward Su, who was a little surprised and planning to escape, felt a chill on his neck. A thin line of blood flowed out from his neck. When he wanted to turn his neck, with a sizzling sound, his neck fell off and rolled on the ground. Ho Linquin heard the movement beside him and was frightened. He hurriedly raised his pipe pot again, only to see a flash of light in front of his eyes. When the light disappeared from his eyes, he felt a pain in his chest. Then, endless darkness invaded him. Naturally, the pipe pot fell to the ground. With a bang, the golden needle shot out and shot into the ground, deeply embedding itself in it. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Ziyue sighed softly. He pointed at the painting again, and the figure of the swordsman gradually disappeared. The cloth banner trembled slightly, and the endless fog of Yin Qi was absorbed into it. Then, he turned around and left. West of Qinghe Town, in the graveyard. After Ziyue killed Ho Linquin and Steward Su, he did not leave the town directly. Instead, he came to the graveyard. Perhaps it was because he was skilled and daring, but now he directly entered the center of the graveyard and lit a soul-luring incense. Wisps of smoke dispersed. Not long after, Ziyue felt that there were ghosts crawling out from the ground. If it were any other time, Bai Ziyue would naturally have already made his move and killed these ghosts. However, this time, Bai Ziyue merely stood where he was. He reached into his bosom and took out a banner. Soul Amassing Banner. This cloth banner was none other than Zhang Yuchang's magic weapon, the Soul Converging Banner. For the entire afternoon, other than patiently waiting for night to fall, Ziyue had been refining the 24 restriction magic artifact. The moment he refined the artifact, he understood its function and its name. It was the Soul Converging Banner. The Soul Converging Banner trembled slightly, and a huge suction force emerged from it. Very quickly, a ghost that was more than 10 meters away from Ziyue turned into a stream of light and entered the Soul Amassing flag without even struggling. After that, Ziyue could clearly feel that the power of the Soul Amassing Banner seemed to have grown stronger. This Soul Converging flag itself doesn't have much power. All of its power is provided by the Yin souls that are absorbed and refined within it. The more Yin souls there are, the stronger the Yin souls are, and the more powerful the magic tool will be. It's just that these Yin souls are so weak that they aren't even as strong as an external martial artist. They can't increase the power of the Soul Amassing Banner by much. As Ziyue thought to himself, he still tirelessly absorbed all the ghosts with the help of the Soul Amassing Banner when the Yin souls were attracted by the soul-luring incense. Very quickly, Ziyue sensed that there were many more Yin souls in the Soul Amassing Banner. The weakest of these Yin souls was equivalent to the little ghost that Ziyue had encountered before. They would be scattered if they were hit by the power of a martial artist's chi and blood. The strongest one was only equivalent to the female ghost that Ziyue had encountered at his aunt's house. Although it had some tricks up its sleeve, it didn't have much power. Fortunately, there were so many of them that the Soul Amassing Banner faintly felt a trace of fullness. The power of this Soul Amassing Banner doesn't depend on the number of Yin souls it has. It doesn't differentiate between primary and secondary, and is difficult to control. As Ziyue thought to himself, the spirit power in his body surged once again. In an instant, the hundreds of Yin souls that had been absorbed suddenly went crazy. They began to bite and devour each other. This was the Soul Amassing Banner's innate ability. It allowed the Yin souls to devour each other, just like raising poisonous insects. In the end, only the strongest one would be left. At that time, although the number of Yin souls would be reduced, the strength of the remaining Yin soul would far surpass that of the previous Yin soul. Naturally, it would become one of the primary souls of the Soul Amassing Banner. The Soul Amassing Banner, which was a 24 restriction magic tool, meant that it could accommodate a total of 24 primary souls. Even if each primary soul was limited by the magic tool's material and could only withstand a Yin soul that was equivalent to a peak external martial artist strength, once all of them were released, it would be enough to make a peak internal martial artist or even an internal martial artist retreat. With this thought in mind, only one of the hundreds of ghosts was left in the Soul Amassing Banner. This was a ghost that looked thin, but his soul was almost solid. His eyes were fierce and ruthless, like the most ferocious evil spirit in the world, ferocious and terrifying. Based on the degree of its soul solidification, I reckon that an external martial artist wouldn't be a match for it. Looking at this Yin soul, Ziyue was satisfied. This was only one primary soul. When 24 primary souls were released together, the scene would certainly cover the sky and cover the sun. It was just like how Zhang Yuchang had commanded the ghosts to charge at him. Since it's the first primary soul, I'll give you a good fortune. Let's see how far you can go. Ziyue's heart suddenly moved. He thought of the refined corpse he had killed a few days ago, and the corpse pearl he had extracted from its head. The corpse pearl was perfectly round, but it was actually very hard. In addition, It contained a terrifying attribute energy. It could definitely be considered a rare attribute treasure. Thinking that he had no use for it, he thought that it would be better to see what changes would occur after the primary soul devoured the corpse pearl. Thus, without hesitation, he reached into his money pouch and fished out a porcelain bottle. With a light squeeze, the porcelain bottle shattered, revealing the corpse pearl inside. With a slight toss, the corpse pearl turned into an arc and fell into the soul-amassing banner. The moment the primary soul sensed the corpse bead approaching, its entire soul body shook and revealed an excited expression. It let out a roar that sounded like a roar. The primary soul rushed in front of the corpse bead and swallowed it in one gulp. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the soul, trembling violently, came out from the soul-amassing banner. Immediately after, the soul's aura rose steadily like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it rose to the level of a peak external martial artist. Roar! The Yin soul let out an excited roar as if it was showing off its strength. Continue. Ziyue glanced at the soul-guiding incense that had burned out. Soon, he went to a high slope and lit another stick of soul-guiding incense. After a while, many Yin souls were attracted by the soul-guiding incense. Then, they flowed into the soul-amassing banner and became its nourishment. Almost every once in a while, Ziyue would change his position. As the moon gradually set in the sky, there were already 6 primary souls on Ziyue's soul-amassing banner. The strongest among them was naturally the one that had devoured the corpse pearl at the beginning. Bai Ziyue named it Big Spirit Boss. It already had the strength of a martial artist at the peak of outer forging. The rest were Big Spirit Boss 2, Big Spirit Boss 3, and so on. They were slightly weaker and had the combat strength of a martial artist at outer forging. These primary souls had ferocious and terrifying auras. They were like ferocious beasts that had been starved for a long time. Once released, they would be able to erupt with combat strength that far surpassed their own. This way, the soul-amassing banner in my hand should be able to display some of its power. Ziyue waved his hand in satisfaction. Under the control of the soul-amassing banner, the 6 primary souls obediently turned into flowing light and returned to the banner. It's a pity that the Yin souls and the soul-amassing banner devouring each other can't increase my soul energy. Otherwise, with the number of Yin souls that died today, even if their individual strength wasn't strong, it would be enough to increase my soul energy by a few thousand points. However, with today's crazy absorption of Yin souls into the soul-amassing banner, I reckon that there won't be any Yin souls in this graveyard for a long time. With a slight sigh, Ziyue finally put away the soul-amassing banner. Immediately after, a scroll appeared in his hand. He reached out and tapped on the scroll. In an instant, a huge eagle appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was the effect of the summoning magic treasure, the eagle swordsman portrait. Without much hesitation, Ziyue jumped onto the eagle's back and grabbed its neck tightly. Even though the eagle that was summoned was still a little different from the real thing, but regardless of its appearance or the degree of solidification, it was already not much different from a real eagle. Howl! An astonishing eagle's cry was heard. The eagle's body stretched out like a rock spreading its wings. It quickly soared into the sky and turned into a flowing light, disappearing from the spot. The whistling sound of the wind passed through his ears. Feeling the thrill and excitement of flying in the air and the sense of accomplishment of being able to trample everything under his feet, he felt boundless joy in his heart. He was filled with boundless yearning to truly be able to fly in the air. In less than a minute, Ziyue rode the eagle and appeared on top of a mountain. Just as he jumped off the eagle's back, the eagle directly turned into powder and disappeared from the spot because of the exhaustion of its spiritual power. It's a pity that if it's just flying, this eagle can only maintain it for 60 seconds or even less. Otherwise, with this eagle, I can really have a good time swimming in the void. Ziyue sighed in his heart. He valued this eagle swordsman portrait even more. Even though this eagle could only help him fly for a short period of time, its speed still made him extremely amazed. If he was in a hurry, it was really much more convenient. For example, now, in less than a minute, he had already crossed at least a dozen miles. If not for taking care of him, Ziyue deliberately slowed down the eagle's speed so that he could cross even further. Chapter 123. Stepping on Solid Ground. Ziyue took a deep breath and identified the direction. Soon, he came to a slightly dilapidated mountain temple. This mountain temple was desolate and dilapidated. It was obvious that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Ziyue stepped directly into the mountain temple and walked to the side of a scholarly idol with his hands slightly raised, as if he was bowing. With a light touch of one hand, he moved the idol away. The 50-kilogram idol was as light as a feather to Ziyue at this time. Soon, a square-shaped wooden box was revealed under the statue. It was the box of gold that he had deliberately hidden during the day. He kicked the wooden box slightly. Under the control of a strong force, the wooden box flew out and landed steadily beside him. Opening the wooden box, there were some money bags, a small sword, a few jade pendants of good quality, a few bottles of qi and blood elixirs, vitality elixirs, and layers of gold stacked below. Seeing that there was nothing missing, Ziyue poured out the contents of the money bags one by one. Many of them were pieces of silver, and there were many copper coins. In the end, Ziyue picked up a bulging money bag. This money bag belonged to Zhang Yuchong, the disciple of the fifth channel head. Previously, in order to quickly refine and control the soul-amassing banner, he did not have time to tidy it up. Now that he had time, he naturally could not help but tidy it up. He untied the rope and poured out the contents of the money bag. A banknote, a dozen taels of silver, and 2 bottles of elixirs. Now what is this? Ziyue sorted them out one by one, and his eyes lit up quickly. From the pile of things, he picked up a greenish-white stone the size of a baby's fist. This greenish-white stone looked inconspicuous, but Ziyue could clearly feel a kind of spirituality from it. It was as if this stone contained some kind of energy. Could this be the legendary Spirit Stone? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but use his mental strength to invade it. In the blink of an eye, he could feel that the stone was densely packed with strands of spiritual qi. Although it was just a small piece, the total amount of spiritual energy had reached tens of thousands of strands. Ziyue tried to guide the spirit qi. With just a slight turn, dozens of strands of spirit qi were absorbed into his body. However, at least a large portion of it directly dissipated into the air. After the transformation, the 100 strands of spiritual qi finally fused into one spiritual qi and entered his dantian. It really is a spirit stone. If I convert all of it into spirit stones, I should be able to increase my spirit qi by dozens of spirit stones. However, it was a little too extravagant for cultivation. Absorbing it will waste more than half of it, so it's better to use it to recover spiritual energy during battle. It's more efficient and less wasteful. Ziyue had heard about the effects of the Spirit Stone from the old elementary scholar. If the old elementary scholar had possessed the Spirit Stone when he had hunted the locust tree spirit, he believed that he would not have had to wait so long to use the invocation of the spirit. He could even cast the lightning fall technique directly with the help of the Spirit Stones. It was much easier and more convenient. From this, it could be seen how precious the Spirit Stone was. Ziyue did not expect that Zhang Yuchong would have Spirit Stones on him. Of course, it was not a lot. He counted and found that there were only 5 of them. Among them, more than half of the spirit qi in one of the Spirit Stones had been consumed. However, I have to say that this is a big gain. Moreover, apart from the Spirit Stones, these 2 bottles of spirit recovery pills are definitely good stuff. Ziyue looked at the many pills in the 2 porcelain bottles and could not help but smile. Like the mind-gathering incense, the spirit recovery pill was also a type of spirit recovery pill. Moreover, its effect was more direct. It could recover a large portion of one spirit recovery pill in a short period of time and could be of great use in battle. As for the other items, Ziyue estimated that there should be more than 300 taels of silver. Most of it was Zhang Yuchang's banknote. Apart from that, there were some jade stones and other items, which were worth a few dozen taels of silver. In the end, there was a total of 420 taels of gold, which was 4,200 taels of silver. This was equivalent to his gain of 4,600 taels of silver. This did not include the Dharma artifacts and spirit stones that were hard to value. A big gain. Ziyue took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. With so much silver, he also had more confidence. He could easily arrange his parents' lives and let them enjoy a lifetime of wealth. As for him, he could truly step into the county town, or even the prefecture capital and other vast places without any worries. Early in the morning, Ziyue was dressed in martial attire. He specially found a cloth bag and wrapped the chest before carrying it to the city gate of Qinghe Town. Along the way, Bai Ziyue only needed to listen for a while to hear the discussions of countless people. The water bandits entrenched in the reed marsh have been trampled. I heard that the Wu village, the Li village, and the Lujiabo were all ransacked by the Ghost Head stronghold yesterday. I heard that in those villages, the men were basically slaughtered and many of the women were directly taken to the Ghost Head stronghold. In the future, this world is really sinful. Something happened in our town today. Old Mr. Ho of the Scorching Sun Gang and his housekeeper were found dead in their own home this morning. News after news came into Ziyue's ears, which made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Among them, Ho Linquan and Steward Su were naturally killed by him. Because he had driven the eagle swordsman portrait and borrowed the power of the swordsman, Ziyue believed that no one would suspect him. After all, everyone knew that he was good at saber techniques and had never shown his swordsmanship. As for the other two, the water bandits in the reed marsh, presumably the water immortal subordinates, were killed. Ziyue guessed that in addition to the Ghost Head stronghold's anger over Zhang Yuchang's death, it was also because they wanted to get back the deposit of 500 taels of gold they had previously given. In this regard, Ziyue could only sigh. Making a deal with the Ghost Head stronghold was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. It was really a dead end. Of course, those water bandits couldn't be good people either. He wouldn't care even if the two sides fought to the death. However, the ransacking of the Wu village, the Li village, and the Lujiabo made him a little confused. In the past, although the Ghost Head stronghold would block the road and rob people, they rarely attacked villages directly. Firstly, there were very few windfalls in the villages, which was a bit of a thankless task. Secondly, many of the bandits in the nearby mountains were actually people from some villages who had abandoned their homes. It was inevitable that there would be relatives between the villages. There were very few people who were truly inhumane and robbed and killed their relatives. However, the actions of the Ghost Head stronghold this time seemed a bit crazy. However, Ziyue thought of the recent strange situation in Qinghe Town and had some guesses in his heart. No matter what, the government has already formed the general trend. Now that the Ghost Head stronghold has just sent the hilts, I reckon that soon, a huge bandit suppression operation will officially begin. This time, if the Ghost Head stronghold can't be taken down, I reckon that for at least 10 years, no one will dare to mention the matter of suppressing bandits again. Ziyue analyzed in his heart and frowned. The upper echelons of the imperial court were in turmoil, and their control over the counties and towns below them was weakened. Naturally, no one would be willing to do such a thankless task as suppressing bandits. This time, Li Hun and Li Jubo had a reason to take action. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for Wujiang County or even higher-ups to come out and suppress the bandits. If they failed this time, it would really be a huge blow to the people. Thinking of the military equipment, Ziyue's heart trembled, and he quickened his pace again. Although at least half of them had been destroyed by his spiritual fire skill, there was still some left. The power of the military equipment was so great that even a martial artist at the peak of the outer forging would have to be cautious when facing it. Therefore, he had to do something to make up for it. At least, he had to let the government take precautions. Naturally, there was no obstruction on the way, and Ziyue went straight back to his residence. Hearing the sound of Ziyue's return, the little dog, who had been hungry for a day, rushed over, barking. When it saw Ziyue, it suddenly stopped, lifted its head, and showed a dissatisfied look. It turned around and stepped into the room again. It seemed that it ran out, not to welcome Ziyue, but to show its existence and let Ziyue know that it was hungry. Thud! Ziyue put down the wooden box. The heavy sound startled the little dog. It was about to cross the threshold, but its body rolled in a circle. When it saw that Ziyue did not notice it, it stood up majestically and kicked the threshold with one leg. It was very vengeful. It whimpered. This kick happened to hit its injured leg. It had not recovered fully, and it was in so much pain that tears flowed out. Ziyue did not intend to pay attention to that stupid dog. After putting the box away, he did not have time to cook the snake meat for it. He threw down a few meat buns that he bought along the way and walked out of the room again. Oh, whoa! When it saw the meat buns, the little dog could not help but go closer. However, it was very dissatisfied with the snake demon meat. It wanted to not eat it, but it could not suppress the hunger in its stomach. With a look of disdain, it bit down on the meat buns. So delicious. After leaving the house, Ziyue turned around and went straight to the sect leader's mansion. After thinking for a while, he decided to give his master some reminders. He was the only one who could have a certain influence on this bandit suppression. Soon, Ziyue's figure appeared at the entrance of his master's mansion. At the entrance, there was a luxurious carriage parked at the side. A person who looked like a coachman was holding some fodder and carefully feeding the horses. In that luxurious carriage, even from a distance, he could smell a smell like incense. This incense smell was very unique. Ziyue felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had smelled it before. However, after thinking for a long time, he still could not remember where he had smelled this unique incense. Chapter 124. Muttering to himself, Ziyue could only ignore it for now and knock on the door. The gatekeeper naturally knew who by Ziyue was. He didn't stop him at all and let him in. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw his master and an old man in a Taoist robe with a strong fragrance of incense. They were chatting happily. It's him, Taoist Wudong. By Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember when he had smelled this incense. During the birthday banquet 3 years ago, Taoist Wudong had carried this unique fragrance. He did not realize it before, but when he thought of his identity as an immortal cultivator and his status as the master of Wu Hao and Zhang Yuchang, his motive was very obvious. Cover up the smell. Whether it was Wu Hao or Zhang Yuchang, they were more or less stained with the stench of corpses because they had refined corpses. As their master, Taoist Wudong must have refined a refined corpse. If he did not cover it up, it would be very easy for others to discover it. This did not match his reputation in the entire Qinghe town. Therefore, he specially used this kind of incense to cover up the smell of refined corpses on his body. Master Taoist Wudong. Although Ziyue had many thoughts in his mind, he still stood at the side of the road and bowed slightly. At this moment, his body was a little tense. He was not sure if Taoist Wudong knew about the death of his disciple, Zhang Yuchang. If he knew, would he be sure that the murderer was Ziyue? This is your disciple, right? He's a talent indeed. Taoist Wudong looked at Ziyue with a hint of approval in his eyes. You're too kind, Taoist Wudong. Ziyue let out a long sigh of relief and quickly said, obviously, the news of Zhang Yuchang's death had not reached his ears yet. Naturally, he did not know that he was the one who killed him. However, Taoist Wudong's praise made his expression become a little strange. In detail, Ziyue and Taoist Wudong were fated to meet. The 2 disciples of the other party had died at his hands. She wondered what kind of expression he would have when he found out the truth. Of course, he would not reveal it himself. It's just an estimate. It won't take long. Ziyue's heart tightened as a strong sense of crisis descended upon him. I can't compare to your disciple. Now, he can already take charge. I heard that not long ago. He even went out of his way to capture and kill the malicious spirit that was causing trouble in the Hu clan. He is indeed extraordinary. Lu Dong laughed and said humbly, "Haha, it's just a small fight." Taoist Wudong was also in a good mood. Zhua lowered his head and didn't say anything. At this time, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. "All right, it's settled then. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on Lu Menju." Taoist Wudong suddenly said with a serious face, "I'm the one who's relying on you," Lu Dong said politely. Then, the two of them cupped their hands and bade each other farewell. After Taoist Wudong left, Yue asked curiously, "Master, I wonder why Taoist Wudong is here this time." "Naturally, it's about the encirclement of the Ghost Head stronghold," Lu Dong said softly. "Taoist Wudong will go with them?" Ziyue suddenly became anxious. Through various signs, Ziyue was very sure that Taoist Wudong must be related to the Ghost Head stronghold. At least one of his junior brothers was a member of the Ghost Head stronghold. It was very likely that he was the mysterious chieftain of the Ghost Head stronghold. If they were going to the Ghost Head stronghold, it would be hard to tell whether they were friends or foes. Of course, Lordly is making a big move this time. Not only Taoist Wudong, but our Scorching Sun gang will also be mobilized. Taoist Wudong is here to discuss the matter of joining forces against the enemy with me. After all, the chieftain of the Ghost Head stronghold has unfathomable strength. We naturally have to make more preparations. Lu Dong didn't hide anything and said directly, "But I heard that Taoist Wudong seems to have some connections with the Ghost Head stronghold. I feel that it's best if Master doesn't go with them. Even if you do, you have to be on your guard and be careful of their counterattack." Ziyue's face turned serious as he said seriously, "Who did you hear this from? Don't speak nonsense. Taoist Wudong is above worldly affairs in Qinghe Town. How could he have any connections with the Ghost Head stronghold?" Lu Dong first reprimanded him severely. Then his expression softened as he said, "But what you said is not without reason. It's always right to be careful in the Jianghu. I'll pay attention when the time comes." "That's right. I heard that the Ghost Head stronghold seems to have made some connections and obtained a batch of military equipment." Ziyue pretended to speak carelessly. "Military equipment? I already know about this matter. Don't speak carelessly when you're outside. No matter what it is, it will be very troublesome if the military is involved." Lu Dong nodded. He clearly didn't want to delve into this matter. Your disciple understands. Seeing that his master didn't pay enough attention to this matter, Ziyue felt a little helpless. However, it wasn't good for him to continue speaking. He could only ask, "When will the suppression of the bandits begin?" "Tomorrow," Lu Dong said in a low voice. "So soon?" Hearing this, Ziyue's heart shook as he exclaimed. Early the next morning, all the people in Qinghe Town were mobilized. Nearly half of the government's soldiers and the officers that Lordly brought this time all gathered at the city gate. Qinghe Town's Scorching Sun Gang branch also mobilized 150 disciples and gathered at the side. In addition to the various squires, wealthy merchants, Tai E Dojo, Jinwu Escort Agency, and other forces in the town, there were over 500 people in total. Ziyue stood among them and didn't stand out. No matter who it was, they all had their own selfish motives. Originally, Ziyue's master didn't want him to participate in the suppression of the bandits this time. However, the gang naturally had its own rules. For this kind of large-scale gang activity, as an inner disciple, they had to participate. Therefore, other than those who were indeed injured, all the inner disciples in the gang were included. In addition to the various managers, the gang leader, and the protectors, just the surging chi and blood energy gathered was enough to stir the heavens and earth. At the scene, only the aura formed by Lord Li and the dozens of officers could compare. Through observation, Ziyue also discovered that these officers seemed to have mastered a special method of combining chi and blood. Although the strength of their chi and blood was far from the Scorching Sun gangs, they were able to completely combine their chi and blood together. The aura was shocking. "Brother Bai, this time it's really a big event. Our Scorching Sun gang's gang leader, 2 protectors, and 3 powerhouses above the inner realm. There's also Lord Yang, the head of the Wuwei Escort Agency. Also, I heard that General Su He, who Lordly brought over this time, is also in the inner realm. There's also that stained Hanliu. I heard that he was a powerhouse who could compete with the gang leader. In total, there are a total of 7 inner realm martial artists. It's really a gathering of powerhouses. On the side, Qin Xiaoping said with a face full of surprise. In fact, it's not just that. Don't forget, there's also that black-robed elder accompanying Lordly. I heard that he's a powerful immortal master. In addition, there's also the famous chief Wu of Qinghe Town. It's said that he'll also be coming. Adding them all up, there are 9 great experts. Tong Zhan slowly shook his head and said. Hearing this, Ziyue also looked at the black-robed elder beside Lordly. Because of his relationship with his master, Lu Dong, he actually knew more than Tong Zhan. He knew that this black-robed elder was called Gong Wanquan and was a Qi refining stage 6 immortal master. In terms of realm, he was 1 level higher than the old scholar. Presumably, his strength was definitely not weak. However, what really made Ziyue fearful was the chief Wu of Qinghe Town who was talking to him. This person was the biggest variable in this operation. However, his words carried little weight. Even if he specifically reminded his master, it still did not attract his attention. If he said anything more, it would be easy to arouse his suspicions. Therefore, he could only suppress it. In his heart, he also made up his mind. In the following operation, he would definitely stay far away from him. He would definitely not seek his own death by getting close to him. Otherwise, if he suddenly counterattacked, or if the other party suddenly received news that his disciple had died in his hands, he would be finished. He did not think that with his current strength, he would be a match for Chief Wu of Qinghe Town. In addition to us, 5 supervisors and other powerhouses at the peak of inner refinement, there are countless powerhouses. Isn't this overestimating the Ghost Head village? Qin Xiaoping sucked in a breath of cold air and said, They won't really mobilize so many people. Lordly will not be so inconsiderate when he is helping them. Once the Ghost Head village gives up on the mountain stronghold and attacks the town, won't the gains not make up for the losses? Moreover, we also have to guard against the water bandits' counterattack. Unknowingly, a burly man who saw the situation came over and explained with a smile. Uncle Ming. When Ziyue saw the person who came, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted him. The gang leader is a little worried about your safety. He knows about our relationship, so he deliberately asked me to go with you. Su Ming explained with a smile. He also did not expect that what he did in passing back then would allow Lin Ming to soar to the sky and become an outstanding disciple in the gang. As for himself, because of Ziyue's support, he was promoted to the position of supervisor of the dock a year ago. His status, position, and money had all improved tremendously. Therefore, he was somewhat grateful to Ziyue. Because of this, when the gang leader asked him to come and protect them, he agreed without hesitation. That's great. With Supervisor Su by our side, we will be much safer. Tong Zhan would like to thank Supervisor Su. Tong Zhan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Supervisor Su. Qin Xiaoping also greeted him. Then, he asked with some suspicion, Will the water bandits make a move at this time? Chapter 125. Of course. Su Ming nodded and said, This time, Lordly has made such a big move. The people of the Ghost Head Stronghold are not fools. Naturally, they will not sit still and wait for death. I heard that the Ghost Head Stronghold has been making moves recently. They have wiped out almost all the bandits nearby and absorbed a large number of bandits. Their strength has greatly increased. As for the water bandits, they should cooperate with the Ghost Head Stronghold and attack Qinghe Town. Therefore, Lordly naturally has to leave enough people to protect Qinghe Town. Tong Zhan nodded in agreement and said, Qinghe Town is the foundation. If Qinghe Town is lost, then even if we successfully wipe out the Ghost Head Stronghold, it will still be a failure. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoping finally understood. As for Ziyue, his heart was calm at this moment. For this operation, he only had the idea of killing enemies if he could and hiding if he could not. Anyway, if strong enemies came, there would be tall people to hold them off. He only needed to protect his own safety. He did not even think of standing out. On the other hand, if there really were water bandits attacking Town, he would be a little worried. However, thinking that he had already settled his parents and relatives down and ensured that even if something happened, it would not affect them, he gradually calmed down. Soon, the various leaders in front seemed to have finished their discussion. With a command, everyone left Town in a mighty manner and headed towards the Ghost Head stronghold on the Ghost Head Mountain 20 miles away. At this moment, Ziyue and the others naturally discovered the number of experts and the number of people accompanying them. Town's guardian Yang Zhengling, Scorching Sun Gang's chief Lu Dong, Left Protector Zhao Jing, Stained Hand Liu, General Su He, and the 5 channel chiefs who practice immortal techniques. A total of 6 experts are attacking together. In addition, there are 9 famous peak inner refinement realm experts in Town. It should be enough to wipe out the Ghost Head stronghold. Looking at the experts walking in front, Qin Xiaoping said with slight excitement. This time, the destruction of the Ghost Head stronghold is inevitable. However, whether or not he could wipe them all out was uncertain. After all, the abilities of the 3 bandit chiefs are not weak. Just the 3rd bandit chief is already at Qi realm, and with the 2nd bandit chief, it is said that he has reached the level of a third-rate fighter. That's not even mentioning the mysterious and unfathomable 1st bandit chief, who is definitely the strongest. Su Ming sighed and said, "It's not certain whether we can win or not." Ziyue sighed and glanced at Taoist Wudong, who had a calm expression on his face. Ghost Head Mountain was right next to the official road. It was not as steep as outsiders thought. Of course, it wasn't a flat land either. This was because there was only one mountain path that led to the top of the mountain and to the Ghost Head stronghold. This mountain path was not only rugged and difficult to traverse, it was also filled with all kinds of traps. Other than the people from the Ghost Head stronghold, ordinary people would find it extremely difficult to pass through. It was unknown when, under the leadership of the garrison Yang Zhengling, a group of more than 500 people had arrived at the foot of the Ghost Head Mountain of the Ghost Head stronghold. The next path won't be easy to traverse. The last bandit extermination was also on this mountain path. We lost more than 20 people before we reached the entrance of the Ghost Head stronghold. Standing at the foot of the mountain, a soldier said with a flicker in his eyes. This person was one of the veterans who had participated in the previous extermination of the Ghost Head stronghold. He had a deep impression of this mountain path. When the others heard this, their hearts sank. If more than 20 of their subordinates were killed or injured before the battle had even begun, it would be a huge blow to their morale. Is that so? However, it's naturally different this time. Not only are the people accompanying us stronger, but we've also learned our lesson. Naturally, we're prepared. The garrison Yang Zhengling looked at the soldier indifferently and said, "Bring them up." Soon, 2 young men with tanned faces walked to the front. "Next, we'll have to rely on you. If you can bring us up to the top of the mountain, you'll naturally make up for your mistakes and regain your freedom." Yang Zhengling looked at the 2 of them and promised. These 2 were the bandits from the Ghost Head stronghold who did not manage to escape in time after the 3rd master of the Ghost Head stronghold massacred the men from the ancient rhythm pavilion. "Don't worry, sir. We know what to do," one of them said solemnly. The other person nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Lin Fan with respect. Lead the way." Yang Zhengling nodded his head and said. The 2 of them responded and hurriedly walked in front of him. Regardless of whether it was the government or other forces, they naturally did not trust the 2 of them completely. Other than letting them walk in front, there were 6 experienced hunters walking behind the 2 of them to check for possible traps. Although the journey was slow, it was safe enough. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. After a thorough check, all the well-hidden traps were found. Some of the traps were so dangerous that it sent chills down one's spine just by looking at them. This kind of danger was not only effective on ordinary people. Even outer forged and inner refined cultivators would be injured if they were careless. The consequences of being hit by the traps was not something that ordinary people could bear in the upcoming battle. Is this the Ghost Head stronghold? We're finally here. In the distance, a huge mountain stronghold appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was faintly excited in their hearts. With this kind of emotion, the group of people could not help but speed up their advance. In a short while, everyone was halfway up the mountain. They were only 100 meters away from the Ghost Head stronghold's entrance. From their position, they could clearly see that there were countless figures from the Ghost Head stronghold within the stronghold. They were nervously guarding within the stronghold. Looks like the Ghost Head stronghold people are not stupid. They're all holed up in the stronghold. If they don't come out, we can only choose to attack by force. Yang Zhengling looked at the Ghost Head stronghold in the distance and said in a deep voice, Sir Yang, in my opinion, it's best to rush over and blast open the entrance of the Ghost Head stronghold. Let's kill them directly and be done with it. Liu, the stained hand, looked at the stronghold in the distance and said with a disdainful look, It's not difficult to break into the stronghold, but the danger level within 100 meters is indeed the highest. Even if we rush over directly, there will be casualties. General Suhi frowned and said with a long spear in his hand, Although they were a military team and were not afraid of casualties, their combat strength was unparalleled when they combined their auras. However, their numbers were limited. There were only about 20 people, and they could not exert much power. Naturally, they had to be cautious. Lu Minju, what do you think? Yang Zhengling looked at the Scorching Sun Gang's leader, Lu Dong. I'm just a martial artist. I don't know anything about strategy. I'll just follow Sir Yang's instructions. Lu Dong shook his head and said, Well, Taoist Wudong, it's up to you now. Yang Zhengling nodded and was not modest. This time, he was appointed by Li Hun as the commander-in-chief of this bandit suppression operation. Even his subordinate, Deputy General Su He, and Liu, the stained hand, were assigned to listen to his orders. Naturally, he would not decline. No problem. Taoist Wudong nodded. In an instant, there was a violent surge of spiritual pressure on his body. Unknowingly, a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky. Even the air became much colder. Some of the weaker ones could not help but shiver. Magic arts. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and veneration. Magic arts could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It was truly unfathomable. Ice rain technique, fall. Taoist Wudong shouted in a low voice. Drops of water condensed into ice in an instant. Then, like sharp arrows, they sprinkled on the ground from the void. Boom, boom, boom. The ice rain fell continuously and rushed directly to the gate of the Ghost Head stronghold. On the ground, one by one, the traps were triggered and exploded. The intense sound of the mechanisms being activated and the sound of the traps being shot out from the ground caused the people in the distance to be alarmed. Good, you are indeed worthy of being Taoist Wudong. Just this magic art is enough to reduce our casualties by more than 10 people. Guard Yang Zhengling said with a hint of excitement on his face. You're welcome. Taoist Wudong said with a smile on his face. Well, next, let's go. With that, Yang Zhengling's face turned serious. His body was like a flash of lightning as he rushed directly to the Ghost Head stronghold opposite. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu, the stained hand, had already shot out like a spring. In terms of speed, he was even faster than Taoist Wudong. In an instant, he had crossed a distance of tens of meters. Go! The other soldiers, the military led by General Su He, and the many martial arts experts of the Scorching Sun Gang also rushed forward. Go! Qin Xiaoping and Tong Zhan were also affected. Their momentum suddenly rose, and they quickly followed. ZUS saw this and quickly pulled them back. He whispered, Wait a minute. Su Ming, who was beside him, also said, Let's wait for the sect leader and the others to break through the stronghold gate first. Otherwise, if we rush together, we won't even have a place to hide if an accident happens. It will be easy for accidents to happen. After all, Tong Zhan had rich experience in the Jianghu. He quickly came to his senses and slowed down his steps. Yang Zhengling, the last shot is still fresh in my memory. This time, I will not let you return. Release. A deep voice suddenly rang out in the stronghold. Then, bowstrings were pulled, and the sound of arrows being shot out quickly came. Oh no, it's bows and arrows. Crossbows and arrows. How could they have crossbows and arrows? Hide quickly. Several panicked voices could be heard. Bows and arrows were important military equipment controlled by the military. It was strictly forbidden for non-military forces to possess them. Once discovered, it would be a serious crime. Most people did not expect that the people of the Ghost Head stronghold would have such things. Although the power of bows and arrows was not considered strong compared to some of the military's heavy weapons, it was enough to send chills down the spines of most of the external trained martial artists. However, the flesh of the external trained martial artists could not withstand the piercing of the sharp arrows. Pung, pung, pung. In an instant, countless arrows flew out like a rain of arrows, covering a large area in front of them. Chapter 126. Ah, be careful! Chaotic screams rang out one after another. Occasionally, there was the sound of arrows piercing into flesh. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people who were charging at the front were hit by arrows. However, the strength of a martial artist was also revealed at this moment. Even though the arrows were raining down, the speed of the few experts who were charging at the front did not slow down in the slightest. Defender Yang Zhengling held a long spear in one hand. The spear was like a dragon and was incomparably fast. With a sweep of the spear, the arrows that were charging at him were all swept away. Stained hand, Li Yu's body moved. His hands were like lightning as they brushed past. All the arrows that were touched by his hands lost their strength. Some of them were even slightly turned and bent by him. They charged back into the Ghost Head stronghold and pierced through the neck of a bandit. Lu Dong, Zhao Jing, and the young general named Su, he were also charging at the front. They each used their own methods to block all the arrows. It could be said that it was because of these experts blocking at the front that most of the arrows did not have any effect. It also gave the people behind time to breathe. Looking at the rain of arrows that filled the sky, Qin Xiaoping and Tong Zhan's faces turned slightly pale. If it was not for Ziyue and Su Ming holding them back, they would have to face the countless arrows directly. Continue shooting. With a stern shout, the rain of arrows that filled the sky did not have any intention of stopping. It fell down once again. As the distance between them decreased, the power of the rain of arrows also became stronger. When it reached a distance of tens of meters, even the experts who were charging in the front would not be able to handle it as easily as they did at the beginning. Kill! Stained Hand Li Yu's strength suddenly exploded. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Ghost Head stronghold's mountain gate. He forcefully slammed the gate behind him. Boom! His inner strength surged. In addition to his incomparably powerful strength, he blasted out. The door, which was half a meter thick, trembled violently. Although it did not directly break open, it still made a cracking sound. Throw! All of a sudden, a stream of burning fish oil gushed down. Then, pieces of rolling stones followed. Each of these rolling stones weighed over 100 kilograms. They rolled down from the top of the stronghold, which was more than 10 meters high. The impact was astonishing. Again, Liu didn't seem to notice the fish oil pouring down from the sky. His body shook, and a unique force burst out from his body. Inner force protection, the mark of a third-rate master. Under the protection of their internal energy, normal attacks would not be able to hurt them at all. Boom! Immediately after, he hammered the door again. In an instant, a huge gap appeared in the door. Lu Dong stretched out his hand and rubbed the surface of a boulder. As his hands moved quickly, the boulder immediately began to spin like a small ball. Then he suddenly let go. Boom! The rolling stone was like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into the mountain gate of the Ghost Head stronghold. The huge impact directly shattered the mountain gate, revealing a hole big enough for one person to pass through. Then Yang Zhengling, Su He, Zhao Jing, and the other Inner Force Realm martial artists attacked as well. Boom! 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 Their attacks all landed on the mountain gate of the stronghold. Under the impact of the powerful force, the thick and heavy gate of the stronghold was finally shattered. Even the stone blocks, gravel, and other objects that were blocking the gate of the stronghold also flew out. "Charge!" Yang Zhongling shouted and took the lead to charge in. He climbed up to the top of the mountain gate. His long spear was like a dragon as he started to kill the people of the Ghost Head stronghold. "Charge!" At this moment, the people who were originally suppressed by the rain of arrows finally all charged forward. They used their own methods to block the sporadic arrows as they quickly charged into the stronghold. As more and more government officials, disciples of the Scorching Sun Gang, and people from various forces charged into the stronghold, the number of arrows shot out instantly decreased. The Ghost Head stronghold did not have many crossbows to begin with. After being destroyed by Ziyue's spiritual fire technique, there were even fewer crossbows. In the beginning, they could still be of some use. However, as the mountain gate was breached and countless martial artists rushed in, they naturally lost their use. Ziyue's long saber flashed and slashed away an arrow that was shot at him. Under Su Ming's lead, Qin Xiaoping, Tong Zhan, and the others quickly charged out. Soon, they charged into the stronghold. Almost immediately, they were in a stalemate with some of the Ghost Head stronghold's people. At this moment, Bai Ziyue naturally wouldn't be polite. He swung his saber continuously. As a powerful force surged, a bandit from the Ghost Head stronghold was split into two halves. Then, with a sweep of his saber, another bandit was split into two halves at the waist. Beside him, Su Ming, Tong Zhan, and Qin Xiaoping's movements were not slow either. Saber light and sword light flashed as they also fought with the bandits. These bandits had different figures. Some of them were the elites of the Ghost Head stronghold. None of them were weak. The weakest of them was at the outer forging level. However, there were also many who were subordinates that the Ghost Head stronghold had subdued after wiping out the other bandits. Some of them relied on brute force and were not very strong. In just an instant, they were suppressed several times. Especially the dozens of people from the military. Under the leadership of young General Su He, they stabbed, and stabbed again. They formed a three-stage attack. Often, the bandits who rushed in front of them died without much effort. Of course, the Ghost Head stronghold did not lack masters. The third bandit chief, the diamond body Wu Yong, held a hammer with both hands and swung it fiercely. No one could stop him. The second bandit chief, the divine sword Lu Zhiping, had exquisite swordsmanship. Almost every time he swung his sword, a person would fall. The Ghost Head stronghold's head stronghold also appeared at this moment. He was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were extremely cruel. He held a long staff in his hand. It looked light, but it was very heavy. If it landed on a person's body, it seemed like it could easily shatter a person's skull. At the same time, there was a warrior who looked thin but held a large machete. He was not weak either. When he swung his machete, the blade light flashed, and a warrior who was at the outer forging level was directly cut in half. The Clear Wind Stronghold's head stronghold cut Meng Heshue in half with a single slash. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the person's identity. What puzzled people was that he was originally only a warrior at the peak of the inner forging level. However, from the aura on his body and the strength he displayed, he had also broken through the limit and reached the inner forging level. It seems like the rumor that the Ghost Head Stronghold's head stronghold has a spirit pill that can help warriors at the peak of the inner forging level break through is true. Below, Tan Xiaofan, Guoliang, and the others who had been stuck at the peak of the inner forging level for a long time had a bright light in their eyes. In terms of age, Meng Heshe, who had cut him in half, was older than them. He had stepped into the peak of the inner forging level 7 or 8 years ago. His chi and blood had already begun to decline, but he was still able to break through the limit and truly cultivate inner forging level. If he did not rely on external forces, what else could it be? From a continuous news of experts breaking through in the Ghost Head stronghold, coupled with some of the other parties' usual behavior, people had long guessed that the Ghost Head stronghold's head stronghold had a spirit pill that could help warriors at the inner forging level advance and break through. In their eyes, this moment was clear proof. With their hearts surging, they quickly abandoned their opponents and directly surrounded Menghusha. Even if he had broken through to the inner forging level, he had only just broken through. How much stronger could he be compared to a warrior at the peak of the inner forging level? Not to mention that they were not afraid at all if they worked together. Didn't you want to take revenge on me? I like to see how much ability you have. Yang Zhongling's long spear flashed and directly pierced the diamond body Wu Yang's heavy hammer. The explosion of power caused the other party's body to slightly pause and fiercely retreat a few steps. At this time, Suhi and Stained Hand Liu cooperated well and directly blocked the Ghost Head Stronghold's second head stronghold's divine sword Lu Jiping. The Scorching Sun Gang's clan leader Lu Dong, Left Protector Zhao Jing, and the five-channel chiefs directly faced the Ghost Head Stronghold's head stronghold. The chi that originated from the battle between inner forging level experts had a strong suppressive force when it exploded. Any warrior who had not reached the inner forging level would be forced to retreat when they saw it. They did not dare to step within 10 meters of them. Spirit Energy plus 37. Spirit Energy plus 96. Spirit Energy plus 268. Feeling the rapid increase of his spirit energy in a short period of time, Ziwe felt a sense of comfort in his heart. In such a chaotic battlefield, even if he stood there without moving, as long as someone within a certain radius of him died, it would naturally increase the amount of spiritual energy in his body. Relaxation, excitement, all kinds of emotions surged. There are a total of 300 to 400 bandits. It won't be long before my spirit energy reaches 30,000 again. Ziwe thought to himself as he casually killed another Ghost Head Stronghold bandit. He even had the time to leisurely observe the surrounding battlefield. All of a sudden, his gaze focused. He noticed that in the distant battlefield, Taoist Wudong was casting a spell. An astonishing chill condensed, and a long and narrow ice, like a huge, sharp arrow, suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Ice Arrow spell. Ziwe, who had always been wary of Taoist Wudong, immediately felt his heart in his throat. Suddenly, the sharp arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning and directly rushed in front of a Ghost Head Stronghold chief. The chief's expression did not change. He swept his long staff, and an incomparably strong force surged into it, directly hitting the ice arrow. Puff! The ice arrow shattered, but his body involuntarily paused for a moment. Good chance. Lu Dong's eyes lit up. His hands moved like a lotus flower on his weapon, Piercer. Piercer immediately exploded with a bright light, and with a surge of force, he fiercely shot it out. Puff! The sharp spike ruthlessly pierced into the Ghost Head Stronghold chief's shoulder. However, the chief's body seemed to be unbelievably tough. Even after being pierced by Lu Dong with such force, more than half of the piercer was exposed. Most importantly, after being pierced by such a strong force, not a single drop of blood flowed out of the chief's body. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.